be a long meeting.
Yes, it is.
Meeting at 6:30. Your watch is fast.
It's at the Apple time. Okay, I don't care.
I'm sorry, I interrupted. Thank you for answering. The City Council of the City of Gun Barrel City, Texas will meet in a regular meeting at City Hall, Council Chambers located at 1716 West Main Street, Gun Barrel City, Texas on May 25th, 2021 at 6:30. Take roll call from my left, please.
Y'all's here.
Evans here.
LaRue here.
Mullins here.
Rankin here.
We do have a quorum. If you'll stand for the invocation, Mr. Gallagher.
Our Heavenly Father, we do thank you tonight for your gracious love to us. We thank you for your Son, Jesus Christ, who lived, died, and rose again. Father, the disciples that day were wondering with the blackness of the time. As we look at America, we see the same thing. But Father, there's light around the corner. Be with this council, Father, each and every one. May they rule with good judgment, with honesty and integrity, and trust in you based on the Constitution, the Bible, and their bylaws. In the name of Jesus, amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Citizens' comments limited to 3 minutes. The purpose of this item is to allow citizens an opportunity to address the city council on items that are listed on the agenda or issues that are not listed on the agenda. Any person desiring to make a public comment must first be recognized by the presiding officer and sign in at the podium with their name and address at least 10 minutes prior to the start of the meeting. Individual citizens' comments are limited to 3 minutes. The presiding officer may ask the citizen to hold their comment on an agenda item until that agenda item is reached. The City Council has no obligation to respond in any manner to comments or questions from the public. Any response from a member of the City Council to non-agenda comments is limited to a statement of specific factual information, a recital of existing policy, or direction to staff to follow up. We have a good number of folks here tonight to speak. We appreciate all y'all being here. We'll start with Leslie Thomas. Well, I understood you asked us to go early, so yeah. Yes, please.
Okay. Does the time start now? Okay. My name is Leslie Thomas. This is my husband, Simeon, and our son, Noah, and we are here today because we are concerned about the blanket ban on golf carts in residential neighborhoods. We do believe that parameters should be put in place. There should be an age limit on who can drive a golf cart. Golf carts should be driven in daylight hours. But putting a complete ban on all golf carts affects her family. Unlike most adults or children in our neighborhood, Noah is not able to jog around the neighborhood. He's not able to walk around the neighborhood. He can't ride a bike. He can't ride a skateboard. He can't ride a scooter, but he can get around when we drive him in his golf cart. And it's his. It was bought for him as the primary method of transportation for a disabled adult. Okay, our golf cart is registered with the Texas DMV. Noah has a disability placard, also through the DMV. His golf cart is driven by a licensed adult, and it gives a disabled person access to neighborhood amenities, his neighborhood community, and access to the outdoors. Without that, Noah, most of the time, because I am not able to physically handle him, you've probably seen him, he's a little strong, I can't walk him around the neighborhood, I can't push him in a wheelchair around the neighborhood. His quality of life will diminish if he is not able to go out in his golf cart. Now, Texas law actually states that mobility scooters, like the kinds you see at First Monday or even the ones at Walmart, are allowed in residential streets where there are no sidewalks. Legendary Lane, the neighborhoods in Legendary Lane, except at the very bottom, do not have sidewalks. But the ADA says that an individual can choose a mobility device, a mobility vehicle, and a golf cart is listed on that as an other power-driven mobility device. So we hope that you think about our family and all the other marginalized people in our community, especially the disabled and the senior citizens who rely on golf carts daily, and that give them the freedom that they desperately need. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. Appreciate it. Pat Height.
My name's Pat Height, and I live at 211 Loon Bay Drive in Gilbert City, Texas. I am the Loon Bay POA president, and what I'd like to say tonight is that in 2019, you passed the city ordinance number 0-219-24 for short-term rentals, and which are VRBOs and Airbnbs, and that they have to be permitted. And I come to you tonight to point my finger at y'all, because it's up to the city council, code enforcement, and the city manager to see that those are done. It is not being done. There is 17 VRBOs, Airbnbs in our community in Loon Bay. They are not registered, have not ever been registered, have not ever been inspected by the fire department or any other things to make sure that they're safe. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Joan Winscott.
Mayor Skanes and Gun Barrel City Council members, I am Joan Wainscott and I live in Harbor Point. We're very concerned about the rapid increase of short-term rentals in Gun Barrel City. These hotels are often referred to as party houses. The owners of these hotels live off-site. When infractions occur, the residents are the ones who have to deal with them. We must deal with litter, loud noise, drunken and underage people, traffic issues, and trespassing. The police are usually not contacted because we know they are shorthanded. In the Harbor Point neighborhood, we have 7 of these short-term rentals within a half-mile radius. These are only the ones that we know of. Our peaceful, family-oriented neighborhoods are rapidly becoming hotel districts as properties are quickly being purchased for more and more STRs. What about density? When will enough be enough? Instead of being reactive, dealing with the problems after they occur, could we please be proactive, dealing with potential problems before they occur? Let's regulate these party houses. with concrete specific rules. The current Gun Barrel City Ordinance is inadequate. We need occupancy limits. We need to increase the minimum number of days stayed. We need to verify that every STR is regulated with the city and registered and is paying the required fees to the city. Many of the current Gun Barrel City residents came here for peace and quiet. We used to live in Dallas, and we're so thankful that we're now living in this lovely little town. We have many wonderful neighbors. Food for thought. When you lose the residents, you lose the city. Thank you for allowing me this opportunity to speak.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Ava Toner.
Hello, I'm Ava Towner, and I live at 101 Island Park Drive in Eastwood Island. And I'm here to speak on the recent posts that have been on social media about the golf cart and the ATV issues. It's my understanding that due to the excessive phone calls that the city of Gun Barrel City has recently received, they're going to start enforcing the law of no golf carts or ATVs allowed on the streets or the side roads, neighborhoods of Gun Barrel City. I'm opposed to this action and would like to explain my reasoning. I have rheumatoid arthritis, so I'm gonna piggyback off the people that spoke first. I can really understand where they're coming from. I use my golf cart to travel to my parents' house. They live in Sherwood Shores. I go over there frequently to help with the yard work, the trash, and just to visit with my parents. It's easier for me to use my golf cart to go from my house to their house, which it's, right at 1.5 miles away. That's easier for me than getting in and out of the car. Also, they have a lot of trees, and I use that to get around the property with my grabber to pick up the trees, the branches, and the litter. I also pick up litter around our area. We have a lot of trash on the roads. That's a big issue. I understand the importance of safety. I'm a retired special needs teacher of 25 years. If I have learned anything during my time as a teacher, it is that modifications are needed in order to benefit us all. The message should not be, due to complaints, let's enforce this law. If that is the case, should we all call when we see a four-wheeler or a three-wheeler or anything on the road? I know that there have been complaints about speeding on many of our side roads. I've witnessed it before, many times. What has been done to prevent issues like that, or other issues, such as no fireworks inside the city limits? Maybe that is also overlooked. I also understand that if there is a golf course within 2 miles from your house, that you can drive your golf cart to and from. Aren't those also public roads? I realize those are planned communities, but it's also my understanding that Gun Barrel City is and was a planned community, as this is a retirement community. Don't we all pay for taxes for the roads? Why allow special privileges just to the golf cart communities? Aren't we all under and should adhere to the same set of laws?
15 seconds, please.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it. Jody Roden.
Hi, I too am here to speak about the golf carts. I am totally pro golf cart. I'm a real estate agent. I have sold many houses for people that come here, and they want to come here because it is a lake community and it is a retirement community. In fact, if you Google Gun Barrel City, in 2009, we were certified as a retirement community. There are many people moving here, elderly that live in my neighborhood now, that ride their golf carts around. If we take the golf carts from them, how are they gonna get around to see their friends like they have spoke to? They can't walk those distances. They go down to the boat ramp and fish. They hop on their golf cart, they take their golf carts, they take their dogs, and they go down to the boat ramps, they fish, they go back to their house. One of the houses that I just closed on, the first thing the lady was so excited to do was go out and buy her golf cart. Last week, she spent $5,000 on her golf cart. One of the houses that I closed on Friday, he is buying the house in Harbor Point. He is also building a house in Harbor Point on the water. Since he can't live in his house on the water right now, but he can use his boat dock that's there, he bought a home to use the golf cart to go over to his boat dock and back to the house he's gonna live in for the summer. When people come in to me and they want to move here, I'm gonna have to take Gun Barrel City off the search list because they're not gonna be able to do the entertainment things of a lake community that they are moving here to do. They can go to Maybank, they can go to Toole, they can go to Trinidad. How is that gonna help Gun Barrel City? How is that gonna help build funds for Gun Barrel City?
Thank you. Carl Schultz.
Hello, my name is Carl Schlitz, and I live at 110 Pollyanna in Gun Barrel City. I also own the golf cart shop in 7 Points. So yesterday I see a notice by the police department that golf carts are banned and ATVs are banned. I come to the city today and ask that there be some kind of provision or some kind of committee set up to relook at that decision. I look at places that I sell a lot of golf carts to. Port Aransas is a big place. They get 5 million visitors every year that rent golf carts from them. They drive them on the public roads, they drive them on the public beaches, and these golf carts are required to have certain things done to them. They need to have headlights, taillights, sometimes they have to have blinkers, seat belts. But there's modifications that can be done to these golf carts to make them roadworthy. I get people all the time, is it street legal? No golf cart is street legal because it's not VINed. Now, we do sell golf carts that do have VINs, and those I can go down to the DMV, register it, and they can drive on the roads all day long just like a regular car, just won't ever go more than 35 miles an hour. So what I ask the city is maybe, and if they need help figuring it out, but some kind of committee to come together and figure out a way to make golf carts make sense. I mean, it's not just one or two. Like the folks that have spoke earlier today, some of these people I've sold the carts to. I sell them to elderly people. I sell them to people that have special needs children. And I mean, the stories I get back and the videos I get of somebody going home and their kid's so excited to ride this golf cart through the neighborhood. And they're not the ones that are getting the phone calls about, being too fast or any of that. I don't understand why we did a blanket, especially from the police department. I thought the city was run by the city, which would be you guys, and then we would vote on things like that. But just to send out a notice overnight that, hey, you can't do it anymore. It just doesn't make sense to me. And I understand there's a difference between a golf cart and an ATV. And there is a big difference. ATVs do somewhere close to 50, 60 miles an hour. You got those things running around, by all means, ban them. I don't see the reason for those on the side road. But we're talking golf carts. Most golf carts only do 14 miles an hour. I mean, it's just the damage that can be done. You get a guy in a car, he'll do more damage than a person in a golf cart. But again, it's a lake community. We have people that have them all over the lake. And it's not just one or two. I sell somewhere close to 350, 400 golf carts a year. And most of them stay inside this neighborhood or around the lake. But I think there needs to be a relook at the rules and something set up, and it's just not a blanket, hey, they have to go away. I think we have a place for them in this neighborhood and in this community, and we should look at it again. That's all I got.
Thank you, sir. Randy Williams.
Well, my name's Randy Williams, and I also represent a golf cart company, Cedar Creek Battery and Golf Carts, which many of y'all know me. My mother is 84 years old. She can barely walk. We got her a golf cart, and now she can get around our neighborhood and live. So she can just be a part of the community, her friends, her family. I guess maybe I'd like some clarification on what y'all are talking about. I just heard this yesterday, it's like everybody else. I don't know what you're talking about. You're talking about banning golf carts in communities and streets? Some clarification would be helpful. Because I just don't, and it's not just my mom, it's hundreds of elderly people. And not just elderly people, it's like that lady before with the handicapped child. It's several, I don't know how many handicapped situations I've come across over 14 years in business in this city. They're special. Golf carts are special for a lot of people. It's not just driving around the neighborhood with your friends and drinking a beer, which they'll do. But I'm just saying, it's not all about going, like Carl said, 14, 15 miles an hour is all they'll go. So I don't know. I don't get it. I don't get the golf cart thing, even though I'm in that business. So what? It's not about that. I take care of people who have golf carts. I take care of them. I keep them running. I keep them going. It's my job. Don't take that away from that privilege from those people who absolutely need a golf cart. Some of them have to have them just to take the trash out. They're old. They can't. They don't drive. They get that golf cart. They put that trash on there and go to the trash can. That's 5 or 6 blocks away. You can't do that. I don't see how you can do that. That's all I got.
Thank you, sir. Gary Damiano?
Good evening, and thank you. I plan on talking about golf carts as one of my topics, but quite frankly, everybody who's already spoken has probably done a better job than I could have or would have done. The only thing I will add is that golf carts out here have been a traditional, accepted, legendary form of transportation for most of the people around that live in and around the neighborhoods of Gun Barrel City as well as the lake. For the city to take and make a blanket decision to punish everyone by removing the ability to use the golf carts doesn't really seem to make sense to me. I'm also president of the Mantle Manors POA. I know we have called in with complaints. The complaints we have had is about 12, 13, 14, and 15-year-old children, unaccompanied by adults, riding the golf carts and motorcycles throughout the neighborhood. One in particular decided to take a run through our circular driveway under the portico and back out to the street. Okay? There's got to be a better way to handle it than the city is doing. And I hope the city can come to some conclusion on that. The other topic I had is that on the agenda for tonight is the removal of 2 people from the Economic Development Corporation. I have been on the Economic Development Corporation for 6 years, okay? I know the 2 people and have worked with the 2 people that you're trying to remove. They are good people. They have the city's best interest at heart, always have been. If there are disagreements between themselves and the current director at the EDC,
Mr.
given everything I've heard,
you will not discuss
that's a
staff.
possibility, okay? But these people should not be removed. On top of that, the EDC board is not recommending their removal. This is coming solely from the director of the Economic Development Corporation. I ask that the city council take that into effect. Thank you very much.
Lane Popham? Hopefully I didn't butcher that last name too bad. It's the writing more than the name.
Council members, my name is Lance Popham. People of Gun Barrel, I appreciate your time. Had a couple notes I wanted to go through. We're doing a renovation project on 2408 over by Cedar Creek Clinic. I'm the owner of Cedar Creek Clinic, and that building is set to be for cardiologists and pulmonologist specialists. I'm not anywhere around the golf cart conversation, but what we do know is that you do have an elderly population here, and they don't like to travel. That's anybody that's ever taken care of someone that's older. You tell them they got to go see a specialist in Dallas, and they're like, yep, I'll do it. And that is not going to happen half the time. And then when it does happen, they kind of lean on their family members to, hey, can someone take me? It would help me a lot to get that grant that we applied for. So we can make that happen, make it nice, make it where people want to go there, make it where specialists want to come to us, so that you guys don't have to travel, so that young people have it, so old people have it, so everyone has it. It's important to our community. I can't say that it's going to generate a ton of money, but I will say for the money aspect of things, keeping them in town, spending their gas money here, buying our cool little stuff at the gas stations here, especially the nice one we got over there by us, is a lot better than going to Tyler and spending their money there, spending their gas money there. So that's the financial piece. But it's really just about taking care of people, just trying to make that happen. And a little help would be awesome. So that's what I came up here to ask you for. So we appreciate it. And if you have any questions about it, I'd love to speak with you. I'll make sure I don't have any more notes before my time expires. That was it. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Keith Leonard.
I'm Keith Leonard, and I have a business at 2513 Main Street. It's called Swings and Solar. We're a patio store. I wanted to talk about the economic development, how great they've done for us with our grant. Without the funds that they have to help us make our buildings look nicer, a better destination for our customers to come to, and they want to come see, it makes it a little bit tough. If we're not fixing our buildings up, we're going to be passing all of our business off to Amazon, Wish.com. We need to keep those monies here in town so people have a destination to come through. You know, when you have a nicer place and people come in, revenue is about everything, whether it's a supplier, a vendor, a retail shop, a doctor's office, a restaurant, whatever. We've got to keep those funds here. If we have higher average tickets because people want to come in and buy more products from you, that means a more tax revenue base for our city. If we don't have a bigger tax revenue base, how are we going to grow? We have a great city here. We have a lot of work to do, but we need the help of the city, and I was very fortunate to get that grant, and I'm very, very, very appreciative of it. I don't know if you've seen our building, but we've made a fairly large transformation of our building. That's important. This isn't my first time to do something with the EDC with one of my businesses. And with that being said, I hope that everybody understands, if we fight growth, we're going to lose revenue and we're going to lose good businesses coming into this town. And if we're going to be giving it all to Amazon, you know, it kind of takes the fight out of somebody to make a good business here and get more revenue for the city. Because at the end of the day, it's all about revenue. Might not want to talk about sales and all that stuff, but it goes from raw products to finished goods to a customer's house. And we have to have that revenue. And without the EDC grants and beautification programs, we're not going to keep that money in our town. And I'm very passionate about it. And I've had a lot of compliments, and a lot of people say, I want to come to your place of business because I think it's going to be a nice place to come to. And that's very important to me. So I really think we should think twice before we start denying these things, because if we don't have the money to do it, we're never going to have the money if we don't have these businesses getting up and rolling and having a nicer place where people really want to come and be. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Cooper?
I'm sure there are a lot of you here this evening who aren't even aware what we're talking about tonight with these development grants, but the board has decided that they no longer want to fund them. I am the executive director of GBC EDC, and I really want us to continue them. I have a letter here that I would like to read to you, excuse me, that was sent by Lori Ivy. She owns S&S Mechanical Services, the cute little hot rod shop that is across from Keith's Swings and Solar. Hi, Gail. Thank you for bringing this important matter to my attention. Unfortunately, I will be out of town working. However, please share my response to this unfortunate decision by the board. If it were not for the beautification redevelopment grant, we would not have been able to showcase our business. The front of our building has brought more happiness and advertisement for our company than any other avenue out there today. It absolutely gives us joy to provide the community with something that put so many smiles on so many faces. This could not have been possible without the support of the EDC and the Beautification Redevelopment Grant. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cooper. Mr. Kyle? Okay. It wasn't clear on the form, so thank you. Same with you, Mr. Lawrence? Yours was clear on that. You want to speak at each item? Yes, sir. Okay. Mr. Gallagher? No, sir. You're it.
My name is Mike Gallagher, and 312 Wild Grove in Loon Bay. I guess that's who I am. I'm here to put a little different light on things in the area of thanking and welcoming the new members of the council. We have those that have been re-elected, and those that are elected, and those that are leaving. And I want to just take a moment to recognize Linda Rankin. I don't know who she is, but she's some gal. And her contribution over all these years with various mayors, problems, interactions, and so forth has been outstanding, faithful, hanging in there. And Linda, I just want you to know that I wish you the best as you move on to your next endeavor. Let's give her a hand, would you please? As you may know, our country is under attack by foreign and domestic problems. Communist, socialist, you name it. It's not a party issue. If you've watched the news at all, or it depends on what your news source is, you realize that our country, our world is in a mess. You may say, well, why do you bring that up here? Because the smallest board in a nation will equal its strength. And it starts here. You need integrity. You need unity. You need openness. You need to take your direction from the Constitution, from the Bible, from your bylaws. And if you think for one moment that you're not important, rethink it, because you are. And we, as the public, need to support you. It's great to see all you people here tonight. Normally, there's not that many people here, not at all. And so, may I challenge you then to maintain that biblical constitutional integrity? May I challenge you, regardless of what each other thinks about each other or about your pride, but rather as a servant leader, be the person the good Lord wants you to be, because you're here for a reason. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gallagher. Item 1A, all matters listed under the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the City Council and will be enacted by one motion. There will not be a separate discussion of these items. If discussion is desired, that item will be removed from the consent agenda and will be considered separately. Consider approving the following reports: City Manager Report, April previous meeting minutes, May previous meeting minutes, April 2021 financials, Animal Control, Court and Fire Report, Parks and Street Department, Permits and Code Enforcement, Police and Dispatch Report, EDC April 15th minutes, EDC April 22nd minutes, EDC March 2021 financials. May I have a motion, please?
I make a motion that we approve the consent agenda.
May I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Vote from my left, please.
Yaws, yes.
Evans, yes.
LaRue, yes.
Mullins, yes.
Rankin, yes.
Thank you. Ms. Rankin, Would you join me down front?
You're in trouble.
Ms. Rankin has been on the council since 2015, but that's not the beginning of her public service to Gun Barrel City. She started long before then on the EDC board. She and I have worked together. We have fought together. We have fought against each other. But both of us always felt like we had the most interest in the city, and Linda has worked very hard for the city of Gun Barrel City, and she will be surely missed for her efforts that she has done to the city. Ms. Rankin, I'd like to present you with this small token of our appreciation, but it is very heartfelt. So I understand you want to say a few words? Certainly.
After 12 years, I think I have a lot I want to say, but I'm only going to say a few words. And I wrote it down because I knew I'd forget somebody or something. So this is to the mayor and to the city council and to the city manager, who's, I know, watching somewhere, and to all of our staff, of course. And then I have to say this is to the citizens. I wouldn't be here without all of y'all, so thank you. Now, this is what I didn't want to do, so I'm trying to get through this, so bear with me. Let me start by saying my thank yous, which I did, and it was a pleasure to serve you. It really, truly was. I wanted to give you what were my happiest moments out of 12 years of service. I mean, go think back 12 years with this city. There's a lot that has happened. So the things that came to my mind were bringing in the hometown cinema, Silverleaf affordable housing, W House retail and restaurant, bringing our city to a level 2 ISIL rating, adding a new fire station, purchasing a new fire truck, equipping our police with new cars, and moving into an attractive city hall. Remember Bronner Hall? I may probably be remembered as the girl that led the charge to get an Applebee's and got it, and the company never built it, but that's okay. I tried, and I got it. I am proud to have been a voice backing Highway 344 bridge when TxDOT wanted to abandon the project for another 5 years. But most of all, I cannot leave without mentioning that I have worked with some fabulous, really smart, wise, and wonderful people. And that is what I will take away, and all of my friends. So I've got to get through this. These are just a few of the happier moments. And I've had my battles, I fought my battles, and I recovered from the battles. And Mike Gallagher, I always had my armor. That's what mattered. So anyway, I won't read the rest. I can't. But thank you all so much for these 12 years.
Item 2A, Judge Wallace, Gun Barrel City Associate Judge, will administer the oath of office and seat newly elected council members.
All right, so I'll start with place 1. I'm going to hand you the microphone so they can hear you and just raise your hand.
I, Richard Yaws, Jr., do solemnly swear or affirm that I have not, directly or indirectly, paid, offered, or promised to pay, contributed or promised to contribute any money or thing of value, or promised any public office or employment for the giving or withholding of a vote at the election at which I was elected, as a reward to secure my appointment or confirmation, whichever the case may be. So help me God. I, Richard Yaws, Jr., do solemnly swear or affirm that I will faithfully execute the duties of office of Council Place 1 of the state of Texas, and will, to the best of my abilities, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and laws of the United States and of the state, so help me God.
Council Place 3.
I, Gary LaRue, do solemnly swear or affirm that I have not directly or indirectly paid, offered, promised to pay, contributed, or promised to contribute any money or thing of value, or promised any public office or employment for the giving or withholding of a vote at the election at which I was elected, or as a reward to secure my appointment or confirmation, whichever the case may be. So help me God. I, Gary LaRue, do solemnly swear or affirm that I will faithfully execute the duties of the office of Council Place 3 of the state of Texas, and to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and laws of the United States and of this state. So help me God.
Council Place 5. All right, hold this and raise your right hand. Repeat after me. I, Kenneth Foster,
I, Kenneth Foster, do solemnly swear and affirm that I have not directly or indirectly paid, offered, promised to pay, contributed, or promised to contribute any money or thing of value, or promised any public office or employment for the giving or withholding of a vote at the election at which I was elected, or as a reward to secure my appointment or confirmation, whichever the case may be. So help me God. I, Kenneth Foster, do solemnly swear or affirm that I will faithfully execute the duties of the office of Council Place 5
of the state of Texas,
state of Texas,
and will,
and will,
to the best of my ability,
to the best of my ability,
preserve,
preserve, protect, and defend
the Constitution
the Constitution
and laws
and laws
of the United States
of the United States
and of this state,
and of the state.
so help me God.
So help me God. Thank you very much.
Before we move to item 2B, I will just make this point to the folks that came and talked about the golf carts. We can't really comment on your comments at this point in time, further than to say that the council heard you and that we will have a discussion on this at a future meeting. I'll have some discussions tomorrow on this as well, and I will reach out to each one of you tomorrow and give you a little further explanation of what's going on. So, thank you. Item 2B, discuss and/or take action to elect Mayor Pro Tem per Section 3.05 of the City Charter. May I have a nomination, please?
Mr. Mayor, I would like to nominate Richard Yaws.
Second.
I have a nomination with a second. Are there any other nominations? Hearing none, then we'll go ahead and may I have a motion. You gave me a nomination, now I need a motion.
I make a motion to appoint Richard Yaws for Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. No discussion. Vote from my left, please.
Abstain.
Evans, yes.
LaRue, yes.
Mullins, yes.
Foster, yes.
Congratulations, Mr. Yaws. We're going to jump a little bit ahead in our presentations tonight so that we can get a Zoom meeting up and going. So we will move to item 4B, Zoom presentation by Warren Westcott of Golden Shovel Agency. City Secretary will get us connected here. I think we're connected. Okay.
Oops. Happens to all of us.
Hello.
We need the lights.
There we go. Now we got you. How are you doing today? We'll let Kelly introduce it, and then we'll get you to do the presentation. Ms. Cooper, go ahead.
Warren Westcott is with Golden Shovel Agency, which is the premier website developer for economic development corporations. He has been with that company about since its inception. It is actually headquartered in Minneapolis, I believe, but they are all over the nation. They work remotely and do everything they do together as a team, but not seeing each other. It's the new world. And Warren, I'm very happy to introduce to you our council, our mayor, and go ahead.
Thank you, Ms. Cooper. Yes, sir. I think you can go through it now.
I will be cooperating with you, Warren, in doing the copywriting. Yeah. Well, I think the bottom line, excuse me, the important thing is for everybody to realize the bottom line, that we are paying $2,150 for the first year, $2,100 and $150 for the second year. From that point on, as I told my board, it's a 50-50. Will you decide to move on with the additional 10, or will you just pay the $41.50? That depends on how much we're getting out of it. But the first 2 years, it's very important to have all of that right away. Then we can decide later on whether or not we want to pick up on the additional services or just stay with the $41.50. Warren?
Council, any questions?
I'd like to ask a question for Mr. Westcott. We have a pretty good group in here in our council chambers tonight from our community, and enjoyed the presentation. I'm betting that a lot of people in here want us to bottom line it for them. What are we getting for this expense? So what can a citizen of Gun Barrel expect to see happen if the EDC contracts with your company to come in and start working for our EDC? What do you do for us? Thank you.
Any other questions? Go ahead.
Warren, I just have one question. With all of these cities that you're working with, say roughly the size of Gun Barrel City, do you have any data that would help us provide us that might speak to new businesses brought in, jobs added, sales tax increases? This, I think, is what this council has to be most interested in.
Thank you.
I would add, though, Warren, that the 95% retention rate tells you the communities are very happy with the success that the websites are bringing to them.
Are there any further questions?
Well, the EDC does need a new website, but I sort of choke on the amount. I can't, not for Gun Barrel City.
Well, I was asking if you had questions for him.
Oh, well, I don't have any for him because he can't do the price.
We'll get to your discussion in just a
Okay.
moment. Does anybody else have any discussions or questions with Mr. Westcott? All right, Mr. Westcott, we appreciate you very much, sir. Thank you for calling in tonight.
Thank you, Warren.
Mr. Kyle, you had a comment on this? If you'd go ahead. Okay, thank you. Ms. Cooper, is there anything else you'd like to add before we move on to the next item for discussion to vote?
Yes, there is. When I came here to Texas was the first I knew of Golden Shovel Agency, and I have brought this, I was very fortunate in finding out about them in my first community, where we engaged them, in the second community, which was the award-winning one where we engaged them. And it's really nice to have that rapport. You know you're going to be working with people who like you, who like to work with you. And I know they're extremely talented. They're very, very good people.
Thank you. All right. Item 4C, discuss and/or take action authorizing a contract with Golden Shovel Agency. May I have a motion, please?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to discuss and/or take action authorizing a contract with Golden Shovel Agency.
Second?
I have a motion and a second. Mr. Kyle? You'll have to go to the podium, please, sir. Go to the podium.
The major comment that I would make on behalf of the board, when this was initially explained to us, we were not made aware that it would cost an additional $6,000 a year to get the free redo on the website and the gatekeeper services. So that's going to add somewhere in the neighborhood of $900 a month to our overhead.
Thank you. Discussion, but
I'd like to throw out just some comments. Just to first off, I don't know where we are on this yet as a group, but I'll tell you what I'm thinking about. In my daytime life, I work at a company. Again, it's a business, and if I can't tell you how many times I hear digital discussed in a day. Every business, digital becomes life. If you don't have a digital presence, no. If you don't have the right digital presence, no. That's 5 years ago thinking. It has to be a digital presence that is literally bringing in business to you that you didn't have before in order to only remain competitive. I'm going to say that again, to only remain competitive. So the question I think before the council is this the digital presence? Is this how we want to remain competitive? Are we okay with spending this amount of money to create that digital image for Gun Barrel City, EDC, in our effort to attract new business? The days of just putting up a billboard out there on 175, and then I remember a time in the past, no, we've got to go big. We need to put it on I-20 instead. Okay, I don't know if we're thinking right. That's not going big. That's everyone that drives to and from work every day sees that billboard. Are those the people that are going to invest in a community our size to bring a business in? And again, I'm not saying no. It's not a no. We have a footprint. We have an identity in Gun Barrel. and it's a good one in a lot of ways. I like it. But back to that central question for me, what I'm faced with, what I'm really thinking about right now is we've got a big decision ahead of ourselves, and it's not going to be about putting up a billboard or advertising in the yellow pages. This is going to cost us some money, right?
Yeah.
And if it's going to do what it's supposed to do, it could be our transition into the next 10 years, 20 years. Are we willing to spend this much money?
Thank
We
you.
do have a way out at some point, so it's not a forever thing. I don't know.
Thank you. Ms. Cooper, this was approved by the board, correct?
Yes, it was. And then there was a little bit of a misunderstanding about they didn't, what Mr. Kyle just brought up, so they reapproved it at the
Okay.
next meeting.
Thank you. All right. Any further discussion?
Well, like I said, the EDC needs a website. I don't, I would not, I can't go this amount. I'm sure they're a good company. And if I understood him right, he said he really couldn't guarantee, or he couldn't say what we would obtain from getting this website, you know, as far as new businesses and sales tax and all of that. But that's just my only comment.
Any further comment?
Yeah, I'd like to add, I think we need a much more exciting and innovating presence on the website. We don't have that now.
Right.
And I think this is a way to get there.
Thank you. Any further comment? Not hearing any further discussion. Vote from my left, please.
Y'all's yes.
Evans, no.
LaRue, yes.
Mullins, yes.
Foster, no.
Motion carries. Item 4D, discuss and/or take action on consent for a loan application to Southside Bank. Mr. Kyle? Oh, yeah, we'll do that. Thank you. Oh, we got to go back to the first page, don't we? Okay. Yeah, I got ahead of us quite a bit. I'm going to back up. Thank you. We had to jump around and I forgot. To see public hearing for comments regarding the comprehensive plan. The public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to speak on the comprehensive plan? Hearing no one, the public hearing is now closed. Item 2D, discuss and/or take action to adopt ordinance number 2021-027, adopting the comprehensive plan. Ordinance number 2021-027, an ordinance of the City of Gun Barrel City, Texas, adopting the comprehensive plan to become effective upon its passage and approval. Can I have a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to adopt ordinance number 2021-027, adopting the comprehensive plan.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Discussion?
I would like to first thank all of the citizens who participated in the survey back when we started this. It was way back pre-COVID, pre-pandemic, and we've been working on it. This whole time, it took way longer than it should have, but understandably, so many things did over the last years. And I would especially also like to thank the Comprehensive Plan Advisory Committee. This was a group of citizens that hung in there the whole time. We did virtual meetings, we did actual meetings. The advisory committee worked with the consultant to assist them in tailoring the plan to our city needs instead of just a plan out of the box. The last comprehensive plan that we did was in 2003, and we did an update in 2009. But the 2009 update was done by a consultant without any citizen input. And so this time, we had great input. I think it's a great plan. It took us a long time and a lot of effort, but I think that it's a plan that will take us forward a good 10 years.
Thank you. There was a lot of moving parts to the plan. As Ms. Mullins said, there was a lot of people that helped out. Our P&Z board helped out immensely with this plan. The citizens came in and helped us, and it was a long endeavor, but it is a 20-year plan that usually doesn't last 20 years. Like Ms. Mullins said, sometimes you you know, you can make changes after 10 or 12 years, and sometimes you don't. But it does give us a pathway to move our city, and so that's the important part for that. Any further discussion? Hearing none, vote for my left, please.
Yours, yes.
Evans, yes.
LaRue, yes.
Mullins, yes.
Foster, yes.
Motion carries. Item 3A, a public hearing for a request to replat lots 165 and 166 in the Harbor Point subdivision belonging to Sajai and Leslie Abraham, physically located at 247 Starboard Circle, into two lots, Lot 165R and 166R. Council, as I understand this, there's two lots there that they're just actually shifting some property from one lot over to the other lot. I think maybe for like a driveway or something. I don't recall exactly, but that's what they're trying to do here. May I have a motion, please? Oh, that's the public hearing. Anyone wish to speak on that? Hearing none, then public hearing is closed. Item 3B, discuss and/or take action to approve the replatting of lots 165 and 166 in the Harbor Point subdivision belonging to Sajai and Leslie Abraham, physically located at 247 Starboard Circle, into two lots, Lot 165R and 166R. May I have a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to approve the replatting of lots 165 and 166 in the Harbor Point subdivision belonging to Sajai and Leslie Abraham, physically located at 247 Starboard Circle, into two lots, Lot 165R and 166R.
May I have a second?
Second.
A motion and a second. Any discussion?
As you said, this was just a redistribution, taking two lots, making two different lots.
Yeah, I was at the meeting, and it basically is redoing the frontage.
Yeah.
Okay. Any further discussion? Vote for my left, please.
Yours, yes.
Evans, yes.
LaRue, yes.
Mullins, yes.
Foster, yes.
Item 3C, public hearing for a request to replat lots 776 through 778 in the Lubain subdivision belonging to Rodney Subber, physically located at 124 Doe Run Road, into one lot, Lot 776R. May I have a motion, please?
That's a public hearing.
Oh, public hearing, again, I'm sorry. Anyone here to speak? Hearing none, then we'll close the public hearing. Item 3D, discuss and/or take action to approve the replatting of Lot 776, 778R in the Lubain subdivision belonging to Rodney Subner, physically located at 124 Doe Run Road, into one lot, Lot 776R. May I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the replat of lots 776 through 778 in Loon Bay subdivision belonging to Rodney Serber, physically located at 124 Doe Run Road, into one lot, 776R.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
This is a pretty standard three lots into one to make it a larger property.
Right. Further discussion? Vote for my left, please.
Yours, yes.
Evans, yes.
LaRue, yes.
Mullins, yes.
Foster, yes.
Item 3E, public hearing to discuss rezoning the Meadows subdivision in the B Metro Survey, Abstract 483, Henderson County, consisting of 12 acres from agriculture district to single-family detached residential district. Public hearing is open. Is there anyone here to speak? Yes, please. Would you go to the microphone?
I own some land out there. Why are they wanting to take it from agricultural to single-family?
My understanding, it is a subdivision that they just, when they built the subdivision, they didn't get it rezoned back then, and it needs to be rezoned as a subdivision.
So how do we keep it agricultural?
You can request that right now, but if there's a subdivision there and homes in it within the city limits, it's a subdivision.
Okay.
Thank you. Any further
There are.
discussion? Hearing none, public hearing is closed. Item 3F, discuss and/or take action to adopt ordinance number O-2021-026, amending the comprehensive zoning ordinance and map to grant a change in zoning from agricultural district to single-family detached residential district, R4, for the Meadows subdivision. May I have a motion, please?
I'll make a motion in order to have discussion on ordinance 0-2021-026, amending the comprehensive zoning ordinance and map to grant a change in zoning from agricultural district to single-family detached residential district, R4, for the Meadows subdivision.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Ordinance number 2021-026, an ordinance of the City of Gun Barrel City, Texas, amending the comprehensive zoning ordinance and map as heretofore amended to grant a change in zoning from agriculture district A to single-family detached residential district R4 for the Meadows subdivision located in the B Metro Survey, Abstract 483, consisting of 12 acres and being more specifically described by plat attached hereto, marked Exhibit A, and being situated in the City of Gun Barrel City, Henderson County, Texas, providing a severability clause, providing for the repeal of all ordinances in conflict, providing a penalty of fine not to exceed the sum of $2,000 for each offense, and providing an effective date. Discussion?
Yes, and first I would like to respond to the comment in the public hearing. The agricultural district does not allow homes, so it was way back when it was developed an oversight that it was not rezoned. However, that said, I have driven this neighborhood, and I don't believe that the R4 zone that has been proposed, that the homes that are existing there conform to R4, and I believe that we would be creating many non-conforming conditions and not allowing those homeowners to do improvements because they would be faced with non-conforming conditions. Our 4 zone requires garages, and many of these homes may have started out with a single car garage, but they have been converted into living area. And so they would be in a catch-22 where it doesn't conform to the new zone that we gave them. So I don't think R4 is appropriate. I think it needs to be rezoned. I just don't think that R4 is.
Do you, and we can't change the.
And we cannot.
tonight, but what zone would you give it?
Any of the R6 zones do not have the requirement for garages, and they also have smaller footprint requirements.
Okay. So would you like to alter your motion to table this and have staff revisit?
Absolutely. I would alter my motion to table this and have staff reconsider a different zone.
Second.
Motion and second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, vote from my left, please.
Yaws, yes.
Evans, yes.
LaRue, yes.
Mullins, yes.
Walsh, yes.
Item 3G, discuss and/or take action to interview applicant for the Planning and Zoning Commission in open session and consider making an appointment. We have one applicant, Ms. Shelley Coleman. Ms. Coleman, you want to go to the microphone?
Good evening, Shelley Coleman. I've been a resident for 15 years, retired here, and I'm looking to volunteer. And I thought this would be a good place to start.
Thank you. May I have a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to nominate Shelley Coleman to the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion?
I would like to understand, what is your interest in planning and zoning?
Well, I really don't have a specific interest, but I'm excited to see where Gun Barrel's going. Like I said, we've been a resident for 15 years, and it's come a long way in 15 years. So I'm excited. I love seeing new businesses come in, and it's a good place to start, I think, for volunteering, giving back, meeting new people, and I'm just excited to get out of the house, too. It's been a long year, so.
That's true.
Any further questions?
Yes, Ms. Coleman, thank you for volunteering. What, and again, I got to ask this question, what background do you have? But many of us didn't have a lot before we got here, right? What background do you have? And for whatever you don't have, what do you see yourself doing if you were appointed to this board? What would you do to bring yourself up to speed with what the requirements are and what we actually need of a person on that board?
Well, my background is in elementary education. So anybody that has been a teacher, it's not the children, it's the parents. So I think I have a really good working relationship with people. As far as my background, I've built a home here, so I have worked with planning and zoning. I've had the ability to work with other planning and zoning boards in different states, putting pools in, different requirements for different areas. So I do have a little bit of background, but I'm looking for the senior planning and zoning people to fill me in where I am lacking. So, but I have worked a little bit with planning and zoning, just like I said, building my house here and other places. So, but I'm not an expert.
Thank you.
Any further questions?
How might you interact with the commission? Do you see any role there in with the adoption of the strategic plan? How the commission might help facilitate some operational aspects of the plan?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
We just adopted a strategic plan here this evening. I think probably planning and zoning should be hopefully in some position to advise the council on activities that need to take place regarding some implementation of various phases of this. Do you have any thoughts as to how you might facilitate that interaction?
Well, I have been on, when they first started with the strategic planning, I was at the meetings. I guess I would have to actually see what they're planning. I mean, it's kind of like, I don't know what exactly they have adopted, that kind of thing, but I know from the beginning stages of it, they had some really good ideas, and I'd have to really take a look at those.
Any further questions? Vote from my left, please.
Y'all's yes.
Evans, yes.
LaRue, yes.
Mullins, yes.
Foster, yes.
Congratulations. Welcome aboard.
Thank you.
The city secretary will be in touch with you and do an orientation for you.
Thank you, appreciate it.
All right. 4A. Mr. Lawrence.
If it's okay with council, I'd rather let Mr. Cooper present our report first.
4A, discuss and take action to receive a report from Ms. Gail Cooper, EDC Executive Director.
As council is aware, excuse me, I do report to you every 3 months. However, I normally just do that in a written form, and I thought it might be beneficial to the people of the community to actually hear about it. One of the most important things that we have been working with, of course, in the year that I have been here, is the redevelopment and beautification grants. Those of you who have gone down Main Street, you have seen all the difference in the buildings there. Everybody that I talk to is very excited about having participated in those grants. And we have really solid numbers. In fact, our own investment to date, being about $156,000, has resulted in $1,150,000 in investment on the part of the people who are doing the buildings. Probably the other thing that I want to tell you about is I am very excited to start our website. That has been something that's been very difficult for me for the past year because it is the most important thing. When you want to have something happen in your community, for instance, if a site selector is looking at you, all you can do is stay in the game because they are looking all kinds of communities. The first thing you do to stay in the game is to have a great website, and you normally get about 3 seconds for them to take a look and move on to the next community. Either they are going to be excited by it and say, this place has got their act together, or they're going to say, nope, move on. And this tonight has made such a difference now for our marketing efforts. We have some big projects coming up, and this will help me market our community so much better. So I really thank the council for that. I was going to go into a couple of things, but we have such a huge agenda. I'm just going to leave it at that. You have the notes there. And thank you all for being here tonight. Really appreciate the citizen participation. It's wonderful.
Thank you, Ms. Cooper. May I have a motion, please?
For what? Oh, just to receive a report.
You will be as soon as I get the motion done. Thank you.
I'll make a motion to receive a report from Gail Cooper, EDC Executive Director.
Have a second. Thank you, Ms. Mullins. Thank you, Mr. Giles. Mr. Lawrence.
My name is Joe Lawrence. I live in Gun Barrel City, and I'm the current EDC Board President. In Ms. Cooper's written report to the council, she states that an additional $75,000 in grants have been in limbo for 3 months due to board issues, and that another $50,000 has been applied for. The board has not seen the additional $50,000 worth of grants, and the $75,000 worth of grants have not been in limbo due to board issues. They have been tabled by the board for the following reasons. The grant application form approved by council in March of 2019 clearly states that applications are considered as they are received and may be funded if approved until funds are depleted. The funds are currently depleted. The budget has no money left for any more redevelopment grants. This board cannot fund future grants until a revised budget has been approved by board and council. 2 of the 3 grant applications were on older versions of the forms. We have suggested that staff resubmit on the correct forms. 1 of the 3 grant applications was an incomplete application. Of the 7 pages in the form, every other page was omitted in the packet given to the board. We have suggested that staff resubmit a complete application. Estimates were missing and/or incomplete on several of the applications. Again, we have suggested that staff resubmit correctly. This board has made it clear that they would consider these grants once an amended budget that allocates money for additional grants has been approved by board and council, and that the grant applications have been revised/completed as stated above. Until that time, this board cannot proceed. Council will have a revised budget presented to them that has been approved by the board in item 4J. I will point out here that this budget still does not include these grants. I have made the statement that I personally see these proposed grants as good projects, but without money approved by board and council, we cannot proceed. This board has made it clear that it will consider another budget revision as early as next month. Our current treasurer has already begun preparation of another revision with reallocation to reduce the deficit on the current board-approved submission to council. We expect to have a new amended budget within the next month or 2. If council wants to direct this board to budget money for these and
Mr. Lawrence.
Thank you. And/or
Mr. Lawrence, you're off on a budget amendment. We were talking about the report, so is the agenda item. So
I'll wrap it up. If council wants to direct this board to budget money for these and/or future grants through the end of this fiscal year, we would appreciate direction from council where to obtain this additional money mentioned in Ms. Cooper's report.
thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Kyle. Thank you. Item 4D, discuss and/or take action on consent for a loan application to Southside Bank. Ms. Cooper?
Southside Bank currently holds a note from us that is, I think there's about $326,000 left on it for the purchase of Big Chief Landing. We now want to increase that loan another $500,000, and we will move to Southside Bank from Techstar $500,000 of the money we have there. We have a cash balance of $1.3 million. We are definitely in good shape to continue to do good things in this community. So that $500,000 loan, which we receive at an extremely low rate of interest, will go towards what we want to do with Big Chief. And at the last board meeting, actually it was a second last, joint board and council, we decided on something that we want to do with Big Chief Landing that is not public, and that's what we need the money for. I should probably say, for the sake of the audience, our role as an economic development organization is not to have money in the bank. Our role is to invest money in the community so that that money keeps rolling over throughout the community and builds more sales tax, which is what this city exists on. 80% of the budget of Gun Barrel City is from sales tax, 20% is from franchise tax. And it's incumbent upon us to make sure that that sales tax is there. Last month, we had the highest sales tax ever here. And that is certainly to do with a lot of effort on behalf of our businesses. So we are very grateful for that. And we want to do everything we can to help them.
Thank you, Ms. Cooper. Mr. Kyle, you wanted to speak on this item?
Yes, please. Thank you. We're having a little bit of disagreement on what was done at the board meeting. We did not even discuss or have a vote about moving monies between two entities. We also had a caveat that we would only increase the loan at Southside Bank if we could continue at the same existing interest rate. Otherwise, we were going to look at other banks. I think this motion's a little premature. It's not that we don't want to move forward, but I'm not sure we have everything at our disposal to make a proper decision. And we definitely don't have the board's approval.
Thank you.
Robin, can you comment on that, please? Robin Sikora is my very, very awesome executive assistant. And she works with the minutes. She works with everything that I do. And she has been listening to the recordings of our meetings and creating the minutes from them.
After the reconvene into general session, after our last meeting on May 11th, Tuesday, 7 p.m., 2 items were taken action on. One of them was a motion to purchase property on Main Street at $325,000. It was motioned by Brandy Collard, seconded by Diane Johannes, voted on and passed. The second was a motion to increase the loan amount at Southside Bank by $500,000, and it passed also.
Okay, thank you. Council, I think it'd be wise for us to move into executive session pursuant to 551.087 Economic Development Matters. Before we put too much out into the public on this item that needs to be fairly sensitive. Ms. Cooper, if you'd join us in executive session.
Yes.
Time is 8:18.
Wow. Really?
We're not ready.
Oh.
We still got a little while, Kelly. I'm sorry. Dang, it's cold.
Doing good.
Well, I just hope.
Staying busy, you know how that is.
Moving the money. Moving increasing the loan.
We will reconvene into open session. The time is 8:35. We have did we get a motion on this earlier? I don't believe we did. Can I get a motion on this item?
I'll make a motion to consent for a loan application to Southside Bank.
Second?
A motion and a second. Further discussion? Hearing none, vote from my left, please.
Jaws, yes.
Evans, yes?
LaRue, yes.
Mullins, yes.
Foster, yes.
Motion carries. Item 4E, discuss and/or take action to remove Susan Ball from the position of treasurer on the EDC board and to suspend her from the board pending investigation by the city. Mr. Lawrence, you wanted to speak? No, sir, I want you to speak first.
My name is Joe Lawrence. I live in Gun Barrel City, and I'm the current EDC Board President. To address Ms. Cooper's item 4E to remove Susan Ball from the position of treasurer and to suspend her from the board. Ms. Cooper alleges that Ms. Ball has impeded the progress of the Gun Barrel City EDC, prevented the businesses of Gun Barrel City from thriving, and impeded the formation of greater sales tax, better jobs, and a higher quality of life for the residents of the city. It is the opinion of the majority of this board and possibly all of the board that Ms. Ball has done an excellent job of fulfilling the duties of treasurer. She's asked the right questions, done individual research, and invested a great deal of time in reworking the budget to get it to a point that the board could approve it and recommend it to council for their approval. In addition, she has done further work on the budget, reallocating unused monies to reduce the deficit. She has made herself available to sign checks on short notice and is always available to answer a question or help resolve a problem on the finances of the EDC. She was an important contributor to the Bylaw Review Committee and has selflessly invested many hours in the performance of her duties as a member of the board and an officer of this board. To suggest otherwise is an insult. At the last chamber breakfast, Ms. Cooper stated that she did not have a supportive board, but that she would have a supportive board in the very near future. Perhaps this attempt to remove current board members is her first step in creating what she considers a supportive board. I am disappointed that Ms. Cooper has made such a statement publicly. Thank you.
Mr. Kyle, do you want to speak?
The current bylaws the Economic Development Corporation was passed in 2019 in March, and there's a very specific area that discusses that the Board of Directors is required to have a vote and pass by 2/3 majority to request that a member to be removed from the Board of Directors. And this is a personal opinion from our executive director. It is very unprofessional, and it's not a very good reflection on our city. Thank you.
Ms. Cooper.
This is not an easy thing for me to do. I would love to have a cohesive board, have everybody happy, and everybody supporting economic development of our city. Unfortunately, that is not happening. And those of you who have watched board meetings or have seen them online are well aware of that. At one point, it was suggested to me that I should meet with them all one-on-one and try to get a fresh start. They refused. Okay. The reason I am asking that Susan Ball be removed as treasurer is simply because I need to have her put on suspension, and without having a treasurer, we would be in the mess that we were a few months ago with City Council receiving no reports because there wasn't a treasurer to do the reporting. That was because of constant tabling of motions. Okay, we will have a treasurer appointed right away to avoid any late reports. I would be asking, you can see why it is we're doing this, or can you? Can everybody see this? Okay, the reasons. A position on the board of the Economic Development Corporation of a community is a very important role. Ms. Ball has not performed her duties as treasurer and has conducted herself in a fashion unbecoming to a member of the Gun Barrel City EDC. Her actions are impeding the progress of Gun Barrel City EDC, preventing the businesses of Gun Barrel City from thriving, and impeding the formation of greater sales tax, better jobs, and a higher quality of life for the residents of the city. I am not asking for her removal, only her removal as treasurer. I am asking that she be put on notice, that she be suspended while City Council performs an investigation of the issues that have arisen. And those issues are plentiful. So that is why I am asking the council's support. Now, I will tell you, in this organization, I direct the organization. I am the CEO of Gun Barrel City EDC. In some places, I suppose that person would just have the authority to fire people. Here I do not, and I'm actually kind of glad because I report to the council, and the council makes those decisions. Yes, the board by a 2/3 majority can ask that somebody be removed, but that is not the only way that somebody can be suspended or removed. It can be through city council action. And that is what I'm asking for tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Cooper. Actually, the bylaws do not address suspension of a board member at all.
Yes.
May I have a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to take action to remove Susan Ball from the position of treasurer on the EDC board and to suspend her from the board pending investigation by the city council.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Council, I was asked what the investigation would look like, who would do it. I think it would be prudent for two members of the board to, or excuse me, two members of the council to form a committee and do the investigation and then report back to the council. And I would like to ask Mr. LaRue if he would join me in that endeavor, and he and I do that, if that would be okay with council. Any discussion on that?
I'm comfortable with that.
Anyone uncomfortable with it?
No.
Okay. So any further discussion?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
One comment. The ED proposes to suspend two EDC board members who are fully and duly appointed by this city council. The position of the two individuals on the board are Ms. Ball, and current EDC treasurer, and Mr. Cowell, former treasurer. The treasurer has definite responsibilities to the board, city council, and the taxpayer for Gun Barrel City. According to the 2019 bylaws under which the EDC board currently operates, the treasurer in Section 2.12 of the budget shall prepare and review a proposed budget each fiscal year. The Board of Directors shall then prepare and approve a proposed budget for the ensuing fiscal year. The treasurer shall have custody of all the funds of the corporation. An amended budget proposal is also subject to board approval and council approval. I regret the ED has taken this proposed action when her proposed budget amendments have been twice tabled by a unanimous board vote due to failure of the ED to address the deficit budget, requiring access to reserved taxpayer funds to cover them. The 2019 Bylaws, Article 2, Board of Directors, clearly lays out a procedure to request the City Council to remove a board director. Such action requires a two-thirds majority vote of the board to make such a request. This action has been totally ignored by the ED. The taxpayers deserve budget integrity, oversight, and transparency of the EDC Board of Directors. The two members targeted in this discussion are citizens, volunteers, seeking to participate in an organization that must be monitored for transparency and taxpayer funds accountability. The proposal is totally without merit and a disservice to the citizens of Gun Barrel City. Thank you.
Other discussion?
Well, I know Susan. I mean, I don't know her well, but I've met her. And it states here, her actions are impeding the progress of Gun Barrel City, EDC. I don't think she's got that much power. Preventing the businesses of Gun Barrel City from thriving, I don't think she's got that much power. So I don't know about these accusations. I think this is wrong, but I'm sure I'll lose the vote, but that's what I've got to say.
Well, I think the actual, don't know about the accusations, but I think what we're trying to do, or what's trying to be done here is an investigation is what's trying to be done. So I think that would wait until we have an investigation, until we determine what is what, I think. I wouldn't want to go into this predetermined.
Well, I don't know what the investigation's going to entail, you know. So I guess you didn't.
I'd have to see where it goes.
Yeah.
I don't either.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to comment that, again, I agree with Ms. Evans' comment. I don't know Ms. Ball personally. She seems like a very fine person, and I've not known her to be anything less than that. Having said that, there have been some actions within our EDC in the city that are very concerning to me and have been clearly alliterated by several citizens to me that they are highly critical of what they've seen with board meetings and actions that have taken place. And for that reason, I don't see any way around, I can't for the life of me think why an investigation wouldn't be the right course of action at this point. We owe it to the citizens to get to the bottom of these questions, to know what the factual answers are, and I believe this is the right way to do it. Let the truth shine is what I'd like to see. Whatever it is, let's get to the truth.
So this one person, Susan Ball, is creating all the problems?
That's a question for the investigation. What I would personally be against, and I believe that any reasonable citizen of Gun Barrel City would be against, would be to pre-decide in this meeting today that there's nothing to see here in spite of all of the red flags and not even take a look. I don't believe in not looking because something might be found that people might not want to see. I want the truth, whatever it is. If the truth is there's nothing there, I want to be able to wave it like a flag. If there is something there, we as a council owe it to the citizens of Gun Barrel to get to the bottom of it and correct it.
Okay.
We are dealing with their money, we're dealing with their community, and at the very least, if we choose not to look into it, to me that would just seem just inappropriate beyond question.
Well, and then if we don't find anything, then you will make an apology to Susan Ball.
For an investigation? I think an investigation its job is to get to the truth.
Yeah.
Whatever the facts prove is whatever the facts prove.
Right.
I won't apologize for the truth, whatever it is. It is what it is.
Right.
Thank you. So, no, sir, you've already had your comment. Any further discussion from council? A vote from my left, please.
Yaws, yes.
Evans, no?
LaRue, yes.
Mullins, yes.
Foster, no.
Motion carries. Item 4F, discuss and/or take action to suspend Joseph Kyle from the EDC Board pending investigation by the City Council. Mr. Lawrence?
My name is Joe Lawrence. I live in Gun Barrel City, etc. I'm extremely disappointed in that vote. If you want to do an investigation, do an investigation. Don't suspend people and don't take her out of the position of treasurer where she's done one heck of a job. Ms. Cooper also alleges Mr. Kyle has done the same things. It is the opinion, again, of the majority of this board and possibly all of the board.
Excuse me, Mr. Lawrence. When did the board meet to form this majority opinion?
As president, Mr. Mayor, I listened to the board's opinion. I have 1, 2, 3, 4.
When did they meet? You're claiming that the majority?
I'm making a statement.
You're claiming the majority of the board met?
Majority of the board agrees with that, and possibly all of them.
I've never seen that on one of your agendas.
Pardon me?
I've never seen that discussion item on an agenda for the
Nor has any board member ever tried to get them kicked off.
That's irrelevant at this
Okay,
point.
point
No.
taken.
My point is, are you having illegal meetings is what I'm asking you, sir.
No, I'm not having an illegal
Well, then
meeting.
how did you get to a majority vote?
I didn't get a majority
You
vote.
just
I
said the
it is
majority of the board said this was not an action they wanted to see.
I said it was the opinion.
How do you know that without a discussion with the majority of the board? Do you understand what I'm asking you? Do you understand what a walking quorum is, sir?
I do.
Then
Is
how
it-
did
is
you
it a
come to
walking
that
quorum
opinion?
for
How
somebody
did you
to say,
come
I
to the
think Joe's doing a
opinion?
good job?
How did you come to the opinion that the majority of your board has said that they do not want this?
Is there a vote where this was actually taken? Is there a meeting?
No, there is not a vote, Mr. Yaws. I have not had a single board member, and they come to me with challenges. I have not had a single board member have a complaint about Ms. Ball or Mr. Kyle.
Not having a complaint is different than supporting,
Okay,
than
I
saying the
will
majority.
withdraw that comment if that makes you happy.
No, what makes me unhappy is the fact that I keep hearing about illegal meetings going on with the EDC, and I keep seeing evidence of that is what makes me
There are
unhappy.
no illegal meetings. Mr. Kyle has simply asked questions, done individual research, and invested a great deal of time on the budget as our immediate past treasurer. His industry knowledge and past work experience makes him a valuable contributor to our board. He was an asset to the Bylaw Review Committee and has selflessly invested many hours in the performance of his duties as a member and former officer of this board. Again, to suggest otherwise is an insult. If you want to do an investigation, I would ask that you do an investigation of each of them without suspending them from this board. Thank you.
Mr. Kyle?
Well, I'm still Joe Kyle. I have never been in a position in my career to be accused of something that I'm not sure what it is I'm accused of. I have questioned the actions that have occurred by the EDC director. I resigned as treasurer because of some issues with the way money was being handled. I informed the city council at that time what was going on, and it has never been addressed. So I went through, and I'm going to say I am guilty of questioning whether the executive director should remove a treasurer from communicating with a bookkeeper and auditor. I'm also guilty of refusing to sign a check the executive director had written to pay for her own personal expenses, and both her and the mayor stated it was part of her employment contract. I then asked to see a copy of that employment contract, and the check was voided. Yes, I have aggravated the mayor and the executive director. I've also was very upset with an annual budget when it went $40,000 over after 6 months. The board does not determine how much money we have to spend. The city council does that. We have an itemized profit and loss statement. We have line items, and when you have 10 line items that add up to over $40,000, you normally stop at that point and try to redefine where you're going, how you're going to get there, and how much more in debt are we going to go. I worked on the Bylaws Committee, and we'll discuss bylaws when we get to it. I have fussed that there's no such thing as a beautification grant. We've asked, I've asked, the board's asked, that we actually create a beautification application that has guidelines. It's a wonderful term. It sounds great. We just don't have one. It's never been approved by the board. It's never been approved by the city council. Our primary job, according to the state of Texas, is the economic impact on existing and retained jobs and on new and retained sales taxes. This is an item that we have requested information on every opportunity and have been told numerous times it's none of our business. I don't think that's a proper response. Each of these programs has to be considered as an approved budgeted item. I fussed when we removed the Boots to Business grants for veterans and just removed the funding down to zero, which killed it. I have been very insistent. We have $109,000 sitting in Southside Bank to be an SBA-style loan, and it has been ignored for years. And I've also made some statements that I'm not sure if we can actually have a accounting of sales tax and jobs affected over what we have given out in the last 12 months. And when we asked, we were told, none of our business. I give my reports to the city council once a year. I'm sorry we're here having to have this discussion. I sincerely believe that we are an economic center for the lake and that we should be improving our business footprint because we have about a 50-mile radius impact. But unfortunately, we're out of funds, and we're trying to figure out how much of our reserves are we supposed to go into, and that has to come from the gentlemen and ladies sitting here at the City Council meeting. Does not come from the Economic Development Director, does not come from the EDC Board. Thank goodness we do have some money in the bank.
Mr. Kyle, thank you.
Thank you.
I have a motion, please.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to discuss and or take action to suspend Joseph Kyle from the EDC Board pending investigation by the council.
Second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Ms. Cooper, did you have anything else to add?
Yes, I would just like to say that this board has never been told anything is none of their business, ever. And I think you can see by Mr. Kyle's speech why it is very hard for me to have this type of attitude in a board that should be fun. We have the best job in the city. We take the sales tax money, we give it to our businesses, we bring in other businesses. We should be enjoying our role. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. I'm going to clarify a couple of things that Mr. Kyle did say. First off, he has come to me and he has advised me of things such as his signature appeared on some financial documents. I asked him to provide me what those documents were, and he declined. He has said that Ms. Cooper has used the EDC credit card for expenditures for personal expenditures at a local restaurant. I went through all the credit card receipts, and that was not the case. There was one charge to that particular restaurant for a gift card for an event that was marketing. And then the other thing I wanted to clear up.
Mr. Mayor, may I interrupt and ask a question?
Yes, sir.
This purchase that you just made mention of at the W House, that's what we were just told was an illegal purchase a moment ago?
I don't know what he was talking about, but that was one he had mentioned to me in the past.
and it's been proven that it's absolutely, completely false. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And yet tonight, we're saying it again in public meeting that it's not, that it did happen? Why are we saying that it didn't if we know it didn't? Why are we repeating the same thing? If there's truth to it, why don't we have that evidence at this point? If it happened, why do we not have evidence of it yet? This has been going on for months. There's no reason for this to keep lingering on unless this is somebody's idea of fun.
And Mr. Yalls, this will be done in the investigation. I appreciate your comments. And then lastly, Mr. Kyle made a comment that the city council decides how much money the EDC spends. That is half true in the fact that the EDC has to or should come to us and ask for additional funds when they need additional funds. If they don't, we can certainly approve additional funds, but it's still up to them to spend the money the way they see fit to spend it. I have the motion and a second. Is there any further discussion?
Just on the subject of additional funds, I want to remind a community of something that just is bugging me more than you can know. Ms. Rankin, after years and years of service to the city, actually mentioned some of the projects that she had a lot of involvement with over the many, many years. One of them is the example of the movie theater. And before I even lived here, there was a Walmart that came to town. And then since I've been here, there's a Lowe's that came to town. I cannot help but wonder right now if the council today and the board today had a Walmart or a Lowe's or a movie theater or something that brought something to the citizens of this community, would we be having a discussion about, well, we don't want to dip too deep into the reserves for something that has the ability to turn us, to carry us into the next 10 years, 20 years. I got to believe at this point with this current discussion we're having, we would be talking about this for the next 5 years. Either we're going to do it or we're not. The board has a lot of power to make those decisions, and we depend on them to do it. I know we do. And I can't for the life of me understand why we keep talking about things that every time we peel back the curtain, we find that's not actually what the issue is. That's not actually what the fact is. Just like this suggestion just a moment ago that there was some inappropriate use with an EDC credit card. As a member of the Gun Barrel City Council who just swore an oath in front of this room earlier today, if anyone has evidence that someone has done a crime, please put it in writing, take it to the police, and let's talk about it. But if it's not there, please move on.
Thank you, Mr. Yalls. Any further discussion? You've already spoke. Vote from my left, please.
Yalls, yes.
Evans, no.
Rue, yes.
Mullins, yes.
Foster, no.
Motion carries. Item 4G, discuss and/or take action to accept the comparison of bylaws and choose revisions for resolution adoption. This is the item on the EDC bylaws that has carried on forever. May I have a motion, please?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to table this until after we discuss 4H. I believe the discussion on 4H would directly impact our decision on this, and I feel totally confident coming back to 4G afterwards if we can do that.
I think I can move the agenda around without having to take a motion for tabling it, so we'll come back to it with 4H. We'll move, unless somebody has an objection to doing that. Does anyone in council have objection? Thank you. 4H, discuss and/or take action to adopt resolution number R 2021-014, approving the 2021 revised bylaws for the Gun Barrel City Economic Development Corporation. Resolution R 2021-14, a resolution approving the 2021 revised bylaws of the Gun Barrel City Economic Development Corporation. May I have a motion, please?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to discuss and/or take action to accept the comparison of bylaws and choose revisions for the resolution adoption.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Discussion?
Mr. Mayor, I requested of the EDC board president prior to this becoming a resolution on the board, in the spirit of cooperation, in the spirit of can we get moving on this bylaws issue since it's gone on for so long, I made a very, very simple request and said, could I please ask this in the interest of trying to get this passed so that everyone would see that we have a EDC board, an EDC director, and a city council that could work together. Could they please put together a comparison of the three competing versions of the bylaws because it had become so tenacious? This is what I received. And for the members of the audiences here, I want to be honest with you, this is hen scratch if it's nothing else. is there anything on here that I would be proud to read to this community who elected me, who I just swore an oath to, that actually tells any of you what's the difference between the current bylaws, the ones that the existing board have put forth and are adamant that we need to pass, and the versions with recommendations by our EDC director, who was asked to cooperate, asked to help in putting that together so as to put together a project that would, again, carry us into the future. This is what I got back. It looks like a multiple choice list. And I got to be honest with you, when I read this, the first thought that went through my mind, I think the board let the council know exactly what they thought about our request. And I think that comment was, you don't have a say in this, you take what we give you. And to be quite honest, I was bothered by it. So then I went together and put together my own. And for the record, I'm not a lawyer, I'm not a legal expert, I'm Joe Citizen who just read the 3 versions and then put together a table of what's the difference. And then I read through them, point by point, page by page, word by word. A few comments came to mind as I read it. Would anybody in the citizens want to know that there are account numbers for the bank accounts for Gun Barrel City's EDC listed in our bylaws that are recommended by our board? There is absolutely no possible common senseful or legitimate reason why these would be listed in this document right here. They're not in the 2019 version. They're certainly not in the version put forth by our EDC director, because she knows how sensitive this information is. $18,000 stolen from Boulder, Colorado government institution after a fraud scam. $800,000 stolen in a fraud scam in a city municipality in Griffin, Georgia. $700,000 in Prince George in Canada. Well, that's not Texas, right? Oh, no. We had 23 municipal governments in Texas hit by fraud just in the last 2 years. We need an expert to help us put together bylaws that protect our interest. I made a motion at a previous meeting and asked the council to please compel this board to work together and put together a product that will carry us into the future and will protect the interests of the community. And this is what we got. Because I said earlier, I got it, I didn't get it, we got it. This is what they thought of us. They told us in no uncertain terms, you don't need that information, just vote on it and move on. I was told to stay in my lane. That's what this says. You elected me, they told me, don't worry about it, we'll do what we want to do, you do what you want to do. I cannot vote for their version because it has so many flaws in it, so many things in it that are dangerous to all of us. There's been discussions about fraud. We are inviting it here. So I'm really kind of stuck as to how we can have a discussion where we say that, well, our EDC director spent something on a credit card. Everyone has looked into this. There's nothing there. For how many long? It's been like a year. I would think if it was there, it would have been found by now. How hard is it to walk into a file cabinet, pull out a credit card statement, and read through all the charges? How many credit card statements? There's only one every month. Everybody in the room has a credit card of some sort. It's just that simple. Every purchase on there has to have a receipt attached. All the receipts are attached. Is that correct? They're all there. Is there anything to support that allegation? Not a thing. Nothing. But then we've got this going on where we're giving out our credit card numbers. We're getting out all this information where we're going to share this with the public. This is absolutely, completely inappropriate. We would never do this. I ask our board, please reevaluate this. Get with the expert that the city approved to pay to help put together a good product. This isn't what I asked for. And quite honestly, I'm embarrassed. So to the question of the decisions with regard to personnel, I feel like we're really at a point where we don't have a lot of choices left. I'm responsible for my decisions that I make for the citizens of the community that voted for me and for everybody else. I'm not going to vote to do something that I believe is going to put us in harm's way or endanger our financial future. And I would really like to believe that we have a board on our EDC who feels just as strongly about it as I do.
Thank you, Mr. Yells. I think I need to share with the council the bylaws that are before you today. Well, let me back up a little bit. The executive director did a set of bylaws on her own. They were not heard by the board. The board refused to hear them. The board did a set of bylaws and approved them and sent those to the attorney. The attorney edited those and sent them back to the board. The board never voted to accept them after they were altered by the attorney. So what is before you today is and this is the bylaws that were sent, that we were told, that the administrative assistant was told to send to the city secretary, is the bylaws that the board approved prior to the attorney reviewing those. And there are a lot of things in there, such as account numbers and things of that nature, that are problematic. So I just want to make sure you are aware of that.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
I was on that committee, and I think it's needs some clarification here. When we first got into this process, maybe like last October, November, we were told that the executive director wanted to rewrite her version of the bylaws, and we said, okay. That was done, and it was sent to Mr. Moore, the attorney, and we got the results of those back. She forwarded those to Mr. Lawrence. We used those as a basis in which to revise the bylaws, of which we're now discussing here tonight. So her input was utilized in these bylaws. But another thing that was a real problematic for us, when we went to start revision of the bylaws and looking at them, the copy that was provided by the executive director of the bylaws omitted all of section Article 5 and part of Article section 4.2, which deal with some fairly important items, say approval by the city council, organizational control, disclosure of the corporation. If this is not going to be a part of the bylaws, then this council is really not going to have any authority either over the bylaws. So we went to Ms. Dillard. We got a full copy of the bylaws that we were operating under. This is what we compared. ED's version, the version that we're currently still operating under, and then our revision was a basis of integrating all three of these. So there's not that the ED's version of the bylaws was not looked at. They were looked at. We felt like that it's important that as much information that we can be put into the bylaws that would form a basis for new board members, new council members coming on board that know something about how the EDC would operate in terms of bylaws is very important. But if we're going to leave Article 5 out of the existing 2019 bylaws, I urge, before we do that, that the council read those and see what authority is being lost from.
But those items are in the bylaws that are before us tonight. Those are the bylaws before us tonight are the ones.
Not on the copy that's provided by ED, no.
That's not what's on the table.
What's on the agenda tonight is the copy that y'all provided.
Correct. And if I could add a little bit, I did a similar exercise as Councilman Yaws. I was completely disappointed in the comparison that we were given, so I did my own. And I looked at what I was given as the proposed bylaws. I did not look at the ED version because, frankly, I wanted to go with what the board had approved. And so I compared those new to old, came up with a whole list of things that are inappropriate to be in bylaws to begin with, things such as standing rules and forms. And there were some forms that had email addresses that are no longer even viable. And so I struck out the things that I would want to take out, still trying to adhere to the board's preference. After I did all that, I found out that the version that was posted on tonight's agenda was not the version I had. And so I was hoping to be comfortable with paring down a version that the board had done, but I am no longer comfortable with that because I don't think I have the correct information.
Thank you. The version that is before us tonight undermines the resolution that council has passed, the 2021-010, I believe it is. It also undermines the authority of the executive director in numerous different ways. I think it would be a a shame for us to, given the fact that we don't have a suitable comparison as to 2019's bylaws and the new existing bylaws, I think it would be something that would be a mistake for us to move forward with these. Mr. Lawrence, did you want to speak on this item? Let's see.
I would simply say,
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would simply say that the set of bylaws that you have titled 2021 are not what the attorney approved.
That's
I believe you could possibly be mistaken. I believe, Mr. Foster, correct me here, I believe our board voted unanimously to accept the attorney's comments. The attorney's comments removed those last 8 or 9 pages with incorrect email addresses, accounts, all that kind of stuff. All that was taken, or 90% of that was taken directly from previously approved documents by the council, typos and all. That's been explained before.
Thank you.
This is not the set that the board has presented. To Mr. Yaw's comment, your initial comment when you charged the executive director with directing the board to make this comparison was you said it can be as simple or as complex as you see fit. The Bylaw Review Committee made that comparison, brought it to the board in a 2-hour workshop. 2 hours was allocated an hour for bylaw comparison and an hour for budget amendments. The bylaw comparison was stated very simply, and within 10 or 15 minutes, it was accepted unanimously by the board. Then we moved on to budget, spent the next hour and a half on budget. That was a critical item. Thank you.
Mr. Collins, you have something you want to say?
Thank you again. Mr. Yawls, you are 100% correct in your evaluation. What you were looking at was designed to be our workshop material. And we took everything we found previously passed by the city council and put it into this document to create a workshop to decide how to move forward with proper new bylaws. Things need to be redacted. Terrible spelling. Every one of those documents on the back end of that came from this group from as much as 10 years ago. We weren't going to eliminate anything a previous city council had designed until we sat down and discussed it. It never got discussed. The attorney removed a lot of that documentation. You're not looking at what he sent back. With that being said, Mr. Foster explained what we got from the executive director, specifically said it removed the approval of the city council approving anything the EDC did. We thought that was very wrong. It redefined the organizational control by the city council, basically eliminated it. It eliminated the ability to dissolve the corporation. It removed the ability of the board of directors to hire corporate counsel. It removed the section 5.10 actually is a state preemption clause that says that the state overrules both the EDC and the city council. And then it also removed all of the executive director's expense reporting.
Mr. Kyle, that version of the bylaws is not on our agenda tonight.
It's in your packet.
No.
But it's not on our agenda to vote on tonight.
That was what, we included all of those areas on the one we submitted. I don't know what you got. What we got to review was a different executive director form than what we used. We have seen 3 or 4 different versions from her. We saw different versions We compared what she put in our packet and said, this is what you were to compare. We did not take it upon ourselves to question we had wrong documents. Every time we do something, we get criticized for it. And since I do have the mic, I'm going to clarify something that has been grossly misstated.
Mr. Kyle, your
I
time's
did
up,
not say
sir.
credit card.
Your time's up, sir.
I said there was a check.
Mr. Kyle, your time is up, I said. Please have a seat.
You don't want to know the basics
Mr.
of the
Kyle,
check?
please have a seat. You've had ample opportunity to advise council, and you haven't done it. Please have a seat.
Mr. Mayor?
Could the admin assistant please go to the microphone?
Thank you.
This morning I came to you because I learned late last night that the bylaws that we have on our agenda tonight are the original set of bylaws that the board approved.
Correct.
And I had been looking at, and Ms. Mullins had been looking at the set of bylaws that the attorney had reworked.
That's correct, and that was my mistake, and I'm so sorry I sent you those.
That's quite all right. Has the board, and you went through and you looked at all the minutes this morning,
Yes.
has the board ever approved the bylaws that the attorney returned?
There has not been a second vote on bylaws, just the first set that was voted on January 19th and approved before it went to the attorney. The attorney sent back changes, but there hasn't been a second vote on the
So again,
revised
we were
version.
not told what has actually happened by the board members that just got up there and said. Okay, so the bylaws that we have are the only approved bylaws by the board.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor? I'd
Yes,
like
sir.
to make a comment if I could. I was just told by Mr. Carl a moment ago that the product that we were given, the one-page document was, I believe the term work notes or something like that was used. I'm looking at the email that I received where this document was first turned over to me after the April 27th, 2021 City Council meeting where it was requested, and the note attached says, per President Lawrence request, attached is the board-approved response to Mr. Yaw's request. Please forward to him and CC to the full board. I am sending this to you in case you have not received it as requested below. I'm a little concerned that one hand in a public meeting, I was just told that this isn't the actual response, this was just notes, and I'm looking at the email on EDC's official email account to me on my city official account that says this is the official response. I'm a little confused. Is it or is it not? Do I go by the words or do I go by what was said out loud?
What you're talking about, Mr. Foster, you
I don't know what he's talking about.
the official response? I can't answer that.
Here comes you, here's you a copy.
Yes, this is the official response to the board.
So for the record and to reiterate, a moment ago we were told that this was work notes, and I'm reading an email that says this is the official response in quotes. Is this the official response or is this not the official response?
It is the official response.
Okay, so the board approved a note that just says they looked at 3 different versions, and then they said that there's differences on 5 things, and they put an X next to what their differences are. And for the public, this is the best you're gonna get. I don't want to embarrass anyone, but I got to be honest with you. If one of my children turned in this as a high school assignment, I would expect them to get an F. We're dealing with the taxpayers' money. We're dealing with your money. And I will not spend a dime of your money, and it's my money too, but you know what? Not when I'm up here. It's your money. And I will not spend a dime of your money. And I can't for the life of me understand why we would treat this like it was, you know, just I don't know what to call this. This was supposed to be a comparison of 3 official documents of bylaws of what we would, how we would operate our board. And I guess they couldn't be bothered. We've only been working on this for almost a year, and this is a year of effort right here, recapped in 1 page with 5 bullets on it. I want to accept a version from the board exactly as the law requires. I just wish I had one that would actually serve the people of Gun Barrel City. This one won't. This actually puts us in harm's way. I'm not voting for it.
Thank you, Mr. Yawls. Any further discussion? Mr. Yawls, do you want to modify your motion? Item 4H.
I'm not quite sure even how to word it, Mr. Mayor.
Well, the item reads to adopt, so therefore, if I'm interpreting what you're saying, it would be a motion not to adopt the resolution.
That's exactly what I'd like to do. Let me turn to that page and ask you, sir. Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to not adopt or take action to adopt Resolution R 2021-01, excuse me, that's the wrong one, 4H.
Yeah.
4H.
Yeah. I'd like to make a motion to not take action, to not adopt resolution number R 2021-014, not to approve the 2021 revised bylaws for the Gun Barrel City Economic Development Corporation.
I have a revised motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing no discussion, vote from my left, please.
Yawls, yes.
Yes. Evans, yes.
LaRue, yes.
Mullins, yes.
Post, yes.
Motion carries. Item
We
4.
need to return to 4G.
Oh, yep. Item 4G, discuss and/or take action to accept the comparison of bylaws and choose revision for resolution adoption.
Mr. Mayor, what does it mean to accept the comparison? What exactly does it mean to accept it?
I guess that is that the board has given us their comparison, and do we wish to accept that, or do we wish not to?
So if I wish to accept it into the record so that we can use this as an exercise in what not to do, this would be to go ahead?
I don't think so. Do I have a motion? Do I have a motion? Hearing no motion, this item fails, and we will not accept the comparison. Item 4I, discuss and/or take action to adopt resolution number R 2021-015, approving an additional $200,000 for beautification redevelopment grants. May I have a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to adopt Resolution R-2021-015, approving an additional $200,000 for beautification redevelopment grants.
May I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Mr. Lawrence.
My name is Joe Lawrence. I live in Gun Barrel City, etc. I have many concerns with item 4.I, the resolution requesting an additional $200,000 for beautification/redevelopment grants. A beautification grant does not exist. The redevelopment grant application approved by council in March of 2019 states that projects will be reviewed and ranked with the following considerations in mind. Project results in jobs creation of at least 6 new positions, or results in utilization of current vacant or unused facility. Project rehab reflects historic accuracy. Project improves the capacity of water, wastewater, and electric utility services. Project results in a significant increase in population, location, etc. Or other appropriate impacts may be considered on a case-by-case basis. For the reasons previously stated in my previous statements, the first 3 grants have been tabled. The board has not seen any additional grant requests. Any grant request must be approved by the board before being presented for council approval. Based on those facts and the fact that the current budget does not have funds available for any more grants, I feel that this resolution asking council to approve an additional $200,000 is an improper request. I will state again that if council gives us direction where to get the money from, our board will certainly consider these grants once corrected, as well as any new grants. It has been suggested that we dip into our reserves for additional monies, and that is certainly a consideration. Again, any direction from council would be appreciated. We certainly anticipate putting together another revised, amended budget in the next month or two, hopefully to cover these grants. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Just a second. Mr. Kyles, you wanted to speak on this item? I don't believe so. Okay. Mr. Foster?
I move that we table this table this discussion for action pending an approved budget that will be coming forward from the EDC board.
Already a motion on the table.
Ms. Mullins, do you wish to alter your motion at this time?
Yes, I would be willing to amend my motion to table this until we get better information.
Okay.
Second.
I have a motion and I have a second. Ms. Cooper, how many beautification redevelopment grants has the board approved?
Well, the truth is, if this is not approved, basically 2 of the projects that they have approved will not be able to be funded.
So
They have
there's projects out there that have been approved
and have
by
not
the
yet been
board.
funded because the people haven't yet asked for the money.
Excuse me, they've been approved by the board
Yes, and by the council.
and they've been approved by the council.
Yes,
But you've ran out of money in the budget line item,
exactly.
even though that you had a budget amendment meeting just recently.
Yes, I proposed that we have these grants put into the budget that I amended.
If they've already been approved by the board and by council, why were they not approved by the board? We're not going to honor our commitments to the people after they file for, the paperwork turned in and everybody?
Yes, and actually, the board had been sent probably every 2 months an accounting of where we were, and I believe the mayor has a copy of that final accounting right now.
I don't have it with me. I know I've got it, but I don't know why I don't have it with me, so.
Mr. Mayor, could we have the treasurer respond to this, please?
I'm sorry?
Do we have Ms. Ball response to this?
Well, still got Ms. Cooper going.
Okay.
She's still talking. Thank you. Ms. Cooper, what else did you have on this?
We have had 3, Lance Popham for his project. Actually, one of our doctors is here, Lakeside Animal Clinic. His has been totally cleared by both the board and council, but they have not yet asked for the funds. And since we are out of funds, basically the board has said, well, we've approved everything, but now we're not going to pay the checks. That is how badly this has been handled.
In the last meeting, and I apologize, I didn't get a chance to watch it, but I believe I was told that the board said that they're out of money on it, they can't approve that until council,
Until the
council wants to
amended
spend the
budget.
money, I think is what was said.
Yes.
Okay.
And they
Which is why I
have
asked for
delayed
this to be
the
on
amended
here.
budget a couple of times, and these people are waiting. They're waiting. Lance and Heartmasters and Farm Insurance Bureau, they have been waiting. And because when we would get halfway through the agenda, they got to the amended budget and then didn't amend the budget, so I could not ask for approval of any more things on the rest of the agenda.
So just to be clear, we are in a process that we have 3 grants that have been approved by the board and by council.
Only 2
Only 2.
have not yet been funded. 3 more are waiting.
3 more are waiting. Okay. So there's 2 grants that have been approved by the board and by council.
Yes.
there's no money in the budget, or there's no money on the budget line item.
On that line item. And by the way, we were never at the 6-month point. We still had an excess of $14,345 in our budget. We were only out in particular line items.
Right. Last year, this EDC board, many of them are the same members, did 9 budget amendments in 1 year. Okay?
Yes, they did.
You've asked for 1 so far.
I've asked for one because I felt it was better to wait until the halfway point of the year, figure out where we were, especially since I was new to my position and I just had to make estimates of what we might be able to do.
Right. Okay, thank you, Ms. Cooper. Ms. Ball, you have something you wanted to say? I think Mr. Foster wanted to hear from you.
Okay, so I have to correct something. Well, first of all, if you look at the next line item, which is to approve the amended budgets, okay, so anything the board had approved in projects is in that new budget that's before you tonight to approve. So we're not saying we're not going to cut a check when we've promised them. We've promised them the money. We've adjusted the budget to cover that money. And it's now up to the city council to approve it so that we can cut the check. We can't cut the check unless city council approves the additional money to the budget. The 3 items that she's talking about were never approved by our board because we already were $140,000 in the hole, in deficit. In 6 months, well, 140. Now I've heard about being out of budget, $10,000, $20,000 or whatever. $140,000 in the hole.
So that's $140,000 that the EDC spent on economic development on programs and projects.
And the whole budget. So that's fixed assets, or this fixed expenses, variable expenses.
But the bulk of the money was spent on projects, correct?
It's more than that.
Right. It's spent on projects and programs. Thank you. Ms. Cooper. I don't recall the budget amendment that we have before us in item 4J, and we're not really getting to that point yet, but I want to make sure, is the additional funds in that budget amendment for the grants that we have already approved?
It has been brought to nil. It has been brought, leveled out.
Zero. That was my understanding. It had been brought to 0. So there will, if this budget amendment is approved, there will be nothing in that line item.
That's right.
Okay. That's my understanding.
I'm afraid it would be best, really, if we were to take up the budget part now. I don't know what to do. I really don't know what to do. I'm at a loss.
Okay.
You know from the paperwork in front of you, or if you don't have it in front of you, we were not at all in a deficit budget. At 6 months, we still were at $14,345 positive.
Right.
At 6 months. We were in a deficit budget we had a deficit in our programs.
Right.
Because it was my error. At the beginning of the year, I thought I'll put $90,000 into the beautification grants and $40,000 into the facade grants. I had no idea how popular this program was going to be. Now, I was pushing it. I was encouraging people to do it. But as a result, we ended up with so many grant applications. It is awesome. And that's why our city looks so good.
That's right. I think that being over budget in programs and projects is the EDC doing their job. So, I'm sorry? If you'll give them to the city secretary, she'll pass them out to us.
The board approved an amended budget that was put forth by our treasurer. They did not consider my amended budget at all. And it was penciled in at the end, and you will see that copy in your information. 2 days later, the treasurer sent Robin her corrected version, but the board had not approved that. They had only approved the penciled-in version.
Ms. Paul, what I'm looking at says redevelopment facade grants. Okay, I am seeing where you're showing $52,500 to be added to that. That's not what I saw in the budget that I've received.
No. She changed it later after the board had voted on it, and we can't do things like that. In the end, she actually approved $10,000 more than I had asked for. However, I have no idea how she figured that out, because we have run through it over and over again.
Excuse me.
Would you please say that comment
No,
again, Susan?
please don't. Please don't. Okay. So,
The amended budget that I had given to the board was logical, simple.
Ms. Cooper, I don't mean to interrupt, but it is getting late, and
It is.
if I understand correctly, the $52,500 is a budget correction or a requested amendment for the budget, for the facade grants, the redevelopment facade grants. Will that cover the two outstanding, whatever it is, that's outstanding grants at this time?
It would cover the two, no, because there are $25,000, and there's also $4226 due to parks, and $4,000 due to Ann's Pharmacy.
So that would cover, 52,000 would cover those three?
No, because
Yes.
it's 25, 25, 4, and 7. And
No, there's only three, right? Or is there four?
well, there are three there are two, oh, God. There are two that have already been promised money that have not received their money.
Correct. I know
the
about those.
beautification-
Those are the ones I'm talking about right now.
And then there are still in the facade grants another $8,000. So that's $58,000. Yes, long ago,
Okay. So we're still short.
yes,
And we don't have any money in the program for any future grants if we go
exactly.
with the 52. And there's already three other applications that you were submitted to the board, but the board did not hear. They tabled them. Is that correct?
That's right. They were tabled twice.
Twice. I don't understand why things keep getting tabled at the EDC. So, excuse me, it's rhetorical. Okay. So at this point, I have forgotten what the motion was.
To table, 4I.
Was to table?
Yeah.
Is that still the motion you wish to make?
If we table the $200,000, we're not going to be able to do our grants.
It was not second.
I'll second that motion.
I'm sorry.
I'll second the motion to table.
Ms. Mullins has the motion.
Sorry.
Boy. Then I would like to go back to my original motion to adopt Resolution R 2021-015 approving an additional $200,000.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion?
I feel like I want to say
Resolution-
something, but I have no idea what to say.
Resolution 2021-015, a resolution of the City of Gun Barrel City, Texas, to extend EDC grant program funding for businesses within the city. If there's no additional discussion, vote from my left.
Jaws, yes.
Evans, no.
Brew, yes.
Mullins, yes.
Foster, no.
Confused.
Motion carries. Item 4J, discuss and/or take action to adopt resolution number R 2021-016, approving the amended budget for the Gun Barrel City EDC. May I have a motion, please? May I have a motion?
I'll make a
Apologize, Mr.
motion
Mayor,
to
I'm reading
adopt.
through it. I'm sorry, Mr. Luriah.
Go ahead,
I think I
Mr.
spoke
Lurie.
over you.
Make a motion to adopt resolution number R 2021-016, approving the amended budget for the Gun Barrel City EDC.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Lawrence, do you want to speak? Oh, no, you didn't sign up for that. Mr. Kyle, did you want to speak on this item?
4J.
Well, I guess my question's going to be real simple. What budget are you looking at? Because the board said that we would only address the profit and loss style budget, so we understood what each line item was. We're getting a list of column items that have expenses that was submitted by Ms. Cooper that we said did not make a lot of sense. And let me grab my notes. And within those budgeted items, there are items missing, there are expenses to pay for the next 6 months that weren't in there. It's very convoluted. I don't have my notes, so I'll just make a quick statement. If you really look at all the monies we're going to owe through September, I suspect we're going to have a deficit of around $300,000. And that doesn't include adding $200,000 more, and we have less than $400,000 in the bank. Thank you.
Discussion?
May I please address what Mr. Kyle has said? First of all, we have $1.5 million in the bank. Secondly, we will not be at a deficit of that much unless we take on some other project that would have to be approved by the board and by the council. I recommend that what you're looking at is the budget I prepared, but I don't know which one you're looking at, so I don't know which one you're voting on. And it is a very clear, simple budget, done just the way the original budget was, amended exactly the way it should have been amended. It's very simple.
Well, Ms. Cooper, we should be looking at the budget that was sent to us from you. So what did you send us?
I sent two. I sent the one that the board approved, and I sent the one that I had prepared.
And
I
I'm
believe we ought
trying
to
to
be voting on the
remember,
one approved by the board.
It's not the way the motion the way the item reads. The resolution reads, approve the amended budget, which would be yours, correct?
They're both amended.
Ew.
Ms. Cooper, you and I discussed this. Could you refresh my memory on the reason that we have the two different budgets?
Only because I wanted you to see, because all of these comments I anticipated, where they would say that I hadn't done it right, and I didn't know what I was doing, and I wanted you to realize in writing that it's complete, it's concise.
Wasn't one of them prepared that wasn't consistent with the board, what the board said, and the other one was prepared to be exactly what the board said? In other words, the one that was turned into you by the treasurer was not consistent with what the board had voted on?
Well, the one that's in your packet is what the board voted on. That second budget where you have the handwritten things, that is what the board approved.
Okay. And if I recall our conversation, there were things in that budget that the board did not approve. Is that correct, or am I?
No, there weren't things the board hadn't approved.
Okay.
No.
Okay, so that's the one that we need to be looking at.
It simply wasn't a comprehensive enough budget.
Okay. But that is the one that we're voting on, is the one that the board approved. Because
Okay.
that is the one that we'd be voting
I
on.
just need a clarification.
Thank you. Council discussion?
I can't help but wonder why and again, I wanted to bring this question up when I was reviewing before this meeting. Why do we have a budget from our board that's got handwritten notes and annotations striking out entries on the actual printed budget and replaced by handwritten notes? I'm confused by it, and as an auditor by trade, I'm concerned.
No, it is not. That was not approved by the board.
Excuse me, Ms. Ball, would you go to the microphone, please?
So this printed copy less the blue text is what was approved?
Yes, correct.
Ms. Cooper, when is the Big Chief Landing payment due?
It's paid once a year. It is in February, $60,100, and it had not been into that budget. So I had to make sure they added it. Now, certainly it's not going to come up in this budget year anymore because it's been paid, but it's still part of the budget.
Right.
Shows.
But we needed allocated funds to it?
Sorry?
But we needed to allocate funds?
Yes, I had allocated funds in my budget.
Okay.
They had not.
Council, any further questions?
So the budget we're voting on is the one that Ms. Ball handed out. That's what we're saying right now.
Less the blue text.
That's the blue text.
Okay, so the budget we've got here, and then we just approved 200,000, but it hasn't, was this approved by the board, EDC board?
Not yet, they'll have to approve it.
But we approved it.
We approved it.
Correct.
That's what I thought. Okay, they hadn't approved it.
And the board did not approve that, you might as well add that $200,000 into this budget so that we don't have to revise it again next month.
That's a good point.
Good point, however, the resolution is,
Resolution
amended
says
budget.
approved.
yeah, the resolution does say approved, doesn't say to amend it. So it would still have to be approved
Amended,
once
yeah.
your board approves the 200,000.
It don't matter.
Yep.
Any further discussion? Vote from my left, please.
Yaw's yes.
Evans, yes.
LaRue, yes.
Mullins, yes.
Wiltshire, yes.
Motion carries. Item 4K, discuss and/or take action to cancel the motion in its entirety made by Joe Kyle on the EDC board and special EDC board meeting on April 22nd, 2021. Mr. Kyle made a motion on an item that was to discuss the budget amendment, and the agenda item was to discuss, take action on a budget amendment, but the motion came out that to table the budget amendment, which is fine, but then it went on to say the budget format to be changed, which was not on the agenda, to be changed to parallel a P&L statement. And then it went on to say that the new amended budget would consider funding the 10 known overspent categories so we can pay our bills. We also put on your formal, we also put you being the executive director, on formal notice. Now, the EDC board has no authority whatsoever over the executive director to put them on notice or any other item, sir. The executive director works for the city council. Have a seat, Mr. Kyle. We also, let's see, we also put you on formal notice there would be no more communication with any
Have a seat,
attorney
sir.
unless the request is in writing and approved by the president and 2 other corporate executives for emergency purpose stated. That is, again, not the board's decision. So I guess my point to the council is that, again, the board is trying to override the council and the council's direction. They have asked numerous times for direction from the council. We gave them job duties. We've given them a new resolution, and yet they continue in this type of action to attempt to override the council. So I'll accept a motion at this time.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to discuss and/or take action to cancel the motion in its entirety made by Joe Kyle on the EDC board in a special EDC board meeting on April 22, 2021.
Have a second?
Second.
Mr. Kyle, do you want to speak?
Once again, we were in a very interesting position. We were spending money very quickly. We needed an opportunity to put a temporary halt or suspension for 30 days while we address those issues, while money continued to be spent quite quickly. The intent was to do exactly that. Let's stop spending money especially in the hard assets side. Take a look at where we're at, redo the budget, address all the issues, and then move forward.
Thank you.
That's what we're doing tonight, moving forward with a new budget.
Thank you, sir. So I'd like to address the public tonight. There's always room for confusion of what money is being spent, and if we're spending money on these programs and these projects, why are we not spending them on police officers, firemen, streets, things of that nature? The citizens voted a number of years ago, a couple of decades ago, to have an economic development corporation. They allocated a certain amount of money to that economic development corporation, which is 0.25% of the monies that the city receives from sales tax. 0.25% is what they receive. The city receives in total 2.25%. 0.25% go by vote of the citizens go to the Economic Development Corporation. 0.25% goes to street repairs, not new streets, but street repairs. And the rest comes into the city. So the money we're speaking about tonight and all of these agenda items is not money that is coming out of the city's budget, okay? It is coming out of the EDC's budget, the 0.25% that goes to the EDC. Now, the EDC is charged not to be a profit organization, but to spend their money on programs, projects, initiatives that make our community a better place to live, that creates jobs, that has community improvement, and that attracts new businesses to our city, as well as enhances existing businesses. As we enhance existing businesses, as the gentleman sitting back here who has his business that spoke about the redevelopment grant and what it did to his business. He took a wooden structure that was somewhat of an eyesore and turned it into a very beautiful place that when our citizens or when our visitors drive into our community, they see that. They see progress. They see a more modern, a more attractive, I think is a better way to put it, community. The role of the EDC is to use their money. No one that I know of has ever said, pull back, but they continue to say, we need to pull back. Mr. Collins just said, we were spending money too fast. Every dollar spent was approved by the board. Every dollar spent is approved by council. So I just want the citizens to understand that that is how the process works. And so I guess what I'm saying is on the city side, when I wear the city hat and we're dealing with the city issues, we're looking for every ways that we can to squeeze a dollar out of a dime, okay? I mean, we're constantly fighting for that. EDC doesn't waste money, but they're spending their money, and their job is to spend their money to enhance the community, to make it a better place, to bring businesses, bring jobs, and increase sales tax dollars. So that is what they're there for. We have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion?
Mr. Mayor, I made a note here for myself. The feeling that I get from all the discussions as this has gone on and on and on is that the citizens voted to form the EDC in Gun Barrel for a specific reason, and I can't help but feel that this board is attempting to contravene, I don't know what the right word is, attempting to override the vote of the people to change what we're doing through a board. The voters approved this. The board doesn't have the authority to tell the voters they were wrong and not spend money, not approve projects, or just ignore them, table them over and over and over just because they don't agree with the people's vote to approve this. We have it for a reason. We should be using it.
Any further discussion? Vote for my left, please.
Y'all's yes.
Evans, no.
LaRue, yes.
Mullins, yes.
Foster, no.
Motion carries. We will now convene into executive session pursuant to Section 551.087, deliberation regarding economic development negotiations, and Section 551.072, deliberations on real property. Ms. Cooper, if you'll join us. The time is 10:05. All right, we will reconvene in an open session to discuss and/or take action to adopt resolution number R 2021-017, approving a $200,000 loan to David Westerfield. The time is 10:34 p.m. May I have a motion, please?
What are we on?
I'm lost as to what page I'm on, I apologize.
I'll make a motion to adopt Resolution R-2021-017, approving $200,000 loan to David Westerfield.
There it is.
May I have a second?
Second.
Resolution R 2021-017, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Gun Barrel City, Texas, approving a $200,000 loan to David Westerfield. We've had our discussion. Any further discussion that could happen in open session? Hearing none, vote for my left, please.
Dawes, yes.
Evans, yes.
LaRue, yes.
Mullins, yes.
Most yes.
Motion carries. Item 4N, discussion and/or take action to adopt resolution number R 2021-018, approving the purchase of land located at 2715 West Main Street by the Gun Barrel City Economic Development Corporation. May I have a motion, please?
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion to discuss and or take action to adopt Resolution R 2021-018, approving the purchase of land located at 2715 West Main Street by the Gun Barrel City EDC.
Thank you. May I have a second?
Second.
All over the place. All right. Resolution number R 2021-018, a resolution of the City of Gun Barrel City, Texas, approving the purchase of land located at 2715 West Main Street by Gun Barrel City EDC. Any further discussion that can be done in open session? Hearing none, vote for my left.
Dawes, yes.
Evans, yes.
LaRue, yes.
Mullins, yes.
Most yes.
Motion carries. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I think I've got 12 or 13 ordinances that we're going to vote on to whether we'll approve or not tonight. I just want the public to know that these, that we had a workshop last month that we reviewed all of these ordinances. So as we go through these fairly quickly, just know that we have already had discussions on them. And it's not to say that we may not have discussions tonight on them, but if we don't, it is simply because we have already had discussions in a workshop on them. Ordinance, okay, discuss and take action to adopt ordinance number O 2021-012, amending section 9 of the fee schedule in appendix 1. Where are we at? 12. An ordinance of the City Council for the City of Gun Barrel City, Texas, amending section 9 of the fee schedule in appendix 1 of the Gun Barrel City Code of Ordinances, providing a severability clause, providing a repealer clause, and providing an effective date. May I have a motion?
The motion to adopt ordinance number 02021-012, amending section 9 of the fee schedule in appendix 1.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Vote for my left.
Dawes, yes.
Evans, yes.
LaRue, yes.
Mullins, yes.
Most yes.
All right. All that really would be necessary in the motion is to adopt the ordinance by the number, and we can move on. So, item 5B, discuss and/or take action to adopt ordinance number O 2021-013, amending section 16 of the fee schedule in appendix 1. An ordinance of the City Council for the City of Gun Barrel City, Texas, amending section 16 of the fee schedule in appendix 1 of the Gun Barrel City Code of Ordinances, providing a severability clause, providing a repealer clause, and providing an effective date. May I have a motion?
Motion to adopt ordinance number 2021-013.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Vote for my left, please.
Dawes, yes.
Evans, yes.
LaRue, yes.
Mullins, yes.
Most yes.
Thank you. Item 5C, discuss and/or take action to adopt ordinance number O 2021-014, amending section 20 of the fee schedule of appendix 1. Let's see, 14. An ordinance of the City Council for the City of Gun Barrel City, Texas, amending section 20 of the fee schedule in appendix 1 of the Gun Barrel City Code of Ordinances, providing a severability clause, providing a repealer clause, and providing an effective date. May I have a motion, please?
Make a motion to discuss and or take action to adopt ordinance number O-2021-014.
Have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Vote from my left.
Yaws, yes.
Evans, yes.
LaRue, yes.
Mullins, yes.
Foster, yes.
Item 5D, discuss and/or take action to adopt ordinance number O-2021-015, amending section 23 of the fee schedule in Appendix 1. 15. An ordinance of the City Council for the City of Gun City, Texas, amending section 23 of the fee schedule in Appendix 1 of the Gun City Code of Ordinances, providing a severability clause, providing a repealer clause, and providing an effective date. May I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to adopt ordinance number 0-2021-015.
Second. I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Vote from my left.
Yaws, yes.
Evans, yes.
LaRue, yes.
Mullins, yes.
Foster, yes.
Item 5E, discuss and/or take action to adopt ordinance number O-2021-016, amending section 24 of the fee schedule in Appendix 1. An ordinance of the City Council for the City of Gun City, Texas, amending section 24 of the fee schedule in Appendix 1 of the Gun City Code of Ordinances, providing a severability clause, providing a repealer clause, and providing an effective date. May I have a motion?
Make a motion to adopt ordinance number 02021-016.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any discussion? Vote from my left, please.
Yaws, yes.
Evans, yes.
LaRue, yes.
Mullins, yes.
Foster, yes.
Thank you. Item 5F, discuss and/or take action to adopt ordinance number O-2021-017, amending the section 30.15 and 30.16 of the Gun City Code of Ordinances. An ordinance of the City Council for the City of Gun City, Texas, amending sections 30.15 and 30.16 of the Gun City Code of Ordinances, providing a severability clause, providing a repealer clause, and providing an effective date. May I have a motion, please?
Make a motion to discuss and or take action to adopt ordinance number O-2021-017.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Vote from my left, please.
Yaws, yes.
Evans, yes.
LaRue, yes.
Mullins, yes.
Foster, yes.
Item 5G, discuss and/or take action to adopt ordinance number O-2021-018, amending section 30.36 of the Gun City Code of Ordinances. 18. An ordinance of the City Council for the City of Gun City, Texas, amending section 30.36 of the Gun City Code of Ordinances, providing a severability clause, providing a repealer clause, and providing an effective date. May I have a motion, please?
Motion to adopt ordinance 0-2021-018.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Vote from my left.
Yaws, yes.
Evans, yes.
LaRue, yes.
Mullins, yes.
Foster, yes.
Thank you. Item 5H, discuss and/or take action to adopt ordinance number O-2021-019, amending Chapter 31 of the Gun City Code of Ordinances. An ordinance of the City Council for the City of Gun City, Texas, amending Chapter 31 of the Gun City Code of Ordinances, providing a severability clause, providing a repealer clause, and providing an effective date. May I have a motion?
Make a motion to adopt ordinance number 02021-019.
Second.
Have a motion second. Any discussion?
Yeah, I think this is one I'm not sure if this is the one I was going to ask a question about.
It's about emergency meetings.
What is this really changing? I know we discussed it in the meeting before, but
It changes the quorum number.
I'm sorry? Oh,
Changes the number for a quorum. And the number to request an emergency meeting.
number to request.
that's what I wanted to ask about. On the emergency meeting, how's it now? I mean, if we have an emergency, what do we do?
If we have an emergency, what has to happen in order to have an emergency meeting is the governor or the county judge has to declare emergency, and then I have to, and the fire marshal might correct me on this, but I'm going to work on my MIMS. The governor or the county judge has to declare emergency, and then the mayor has to declare emergency, and then we can call an emergency meeting at that point in time. So,
Do we have an emergency committee? I mean,
no, it's well, we do have an emergency management team, which is which is made up currently of the fire marshal, fire chief, the police chief, the city manager, and myself.
oh, okay.
That's how it's currently made up. And the, can you go back to the ordinance for me? Yeah, okay, so if you will scroll up just a little bit for me, I'd appreciate it.
Is it emergent?
American.
There it is.
Yeah.
Okay, this is also changing special meeting, which is the mayor can call a special meeting on my own. Currently, I think it requires the mayor and 2 council members to call a special meeting. This changes it where 2 council members could call a special meeting. And then 4 council members are necessary to constitute a quorum.
For an agenda item to consider imposition of taxes. That was the clarification.
I'm sorry?
I think the clarification was that it had to do with taxes,
Oh, that's correct.
not for a quorum on anything, just
Right,
on a
okay,
tax.
yes, that's what it is. So 4 council members are necessary to constitute a quorum if it's for imposition of taxes, but only 3 council members are necessary to call a quorum for a special meeting.
Okay.
And that's something that I've asked for because it's been used in the past not to allow for a meeting to happen, so. So it's the same as a regular meeting as far as quorum goes.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Mullins. Yeah. It's more about that than it is anything, I think. Okay, is that clear of your question? All right. I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? A vote from my left, please.
Dawes, yes.
Evans, yes.
LaRue, yes.
Mullins, yes.
Foster, yes.
Okay. Item 5I, discuss and/or take action to adopt ordinance number O-2021-020, amending Chapter 38 of the Gun Barrel City Code of Ordinances. An ordinance of the City Council for the City of Gun Barrel City, Texas, amending Chapter 38 of the Gun Barrel City Code of Ordinances, providing a severability clause, providing a repealer clause, and providing an effective date. May I have a motion?
Make a motion to take action to adopt ordinance number O-2021-020.
Second.
Second.
Motion and a second. Discussion? Vote from my left.
Dawes, yes.
Evans, yes.
LaRue, yes.
Mullins, yes.
Foster, yes.
Item 5J, discuss and/or take action to adopt ordinance number O-2021-022, amending Chapter 150 of the Gun Barrel City Code of Ordinances. 22. An ordinance of the City Council for the City of Gun Barrel City, Texas, amending Chapter 150 of the Gun Barrel City Code of Ordinances, providing a severability clause, providing a repealer clause, and providing an effective date. May I have a motion, please?
Motion to adopt ordinance number 2021-022.
Second.
Motion and a second. Is there discussion? Vote from my left.
Dawes, yes.
Evans, yes.
LaRue, yes.
Mullins, yes.
Foster, yes.
Item 5K, discuss and/or take action to adopt ordinance number O-2021-023, amending Chapter 154 of the Gun Barrel City Code of Ordinances. 23. An ordinance of the City Council for the City of Gun Barrel City, Texas, amending Chapter 154 of the Gun Barrel City Code of Ordinances, providing a severability clause, providing a repealer clause, and providing an effective date. Do I have a motion, please?
Make a motion to adopt ordinance number O-2021-023.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion and second. Discussion? Vote from my left, please.
Dawes, yes.
Evans, yes.
LaRue, yes.
Mullins, yes.
Foster, yes.
Item 5L, discuss and/or take action to adopt ordinance number O-2021-024, amending Chapter 155 of the Gun Barrel City Code of Ordinances. An ordinance of the City Council for the City of Gun Barrel City, Texas, amending Chapter 155 of the Gun Barrel City Code of Ordinances, providing a severability clause, providing a repealer clause, and providing an effective date. May I have a motion?
Motion to adopt ordinance 2021-024.
Second. Thank you. Motion and second. Any discussion?
This is the one that's actually a change, and it finally gets rid of the ambiguity of the double frontage lot situation.
Correct.
So now, Ms. Mullins, if I can ask, versus what is currently happening prior to, or before this change, what will be the change in the future after this?
change will be that for new subdivisions, brand-new subdivisions, there is no change. The double frontage lots are still discouraged. If it's an existing subdivision, then it will change to what we have been doing over and over and over again, which is allowing it, but making both the front and the rear yard meet the requirements of a front yard.
Thank you.
Further discussion? Vote from my left, please.
Yawns, yes.
Evans, yes.
LaRue, yes.
Mullins, yes.
Foster, yes.
Item 5M, discuss and/or take action to adopt ordinance number O-2021-025, amending Chapter 156 of the Gun Barrel City Code of Ordinances. An ordinance of the City Council for the City of Gun Barrel City, Texas, amending Chapter 156 of the Gun Barrel City Code of Ordinances, providing a severability clause, providing a repealer clause, and providing an effective date. May I have a motion, please?
Motion to adopt ordinance 0-2021-025.
Second?
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Yes, sir. I'd like to take a quick peek, if everybody would please, on, under Section 1 amendments of this.
City Secretary, pull it up for us.
Yes, please.
Working on that?
Here it comes.
All right.
Okay, if you'll scroll down just a bit, right there. So the following section, let's see.
Whoa.
Subject to fire marshal inspections, commercial building when possible, and then down below that, it goes into garage sales. Okay, thank you.
Because the garage sale thing was in both locations in the code, is that right? Yeah, I think so.
Okay. So this is the one where we're dealing with temporary storage buildings.
Correct.
Yeah.
And what the ordinance originally was written, quite frankly, back when the storage buildings were the little sheet metal or wooden. And so there's, as we discussed, there's a lot of businesses that are needing these. So, yeah.
But this captures everything that changed in the zoning code.
That's correct.
So it was that one and the garage sale thing and,
Right.
yep.
Yeah. So it catches all of that.
Got it.
Okay. All right. Any further discussion? Vote from my left.
Yawns, yes.
Evans, yes.
LaRue, yes.
Mullins, yes.
Foster, yes.
Motion carries. May I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn?
To adjourn.
We are adjourned. Council, if y'all have more ordinances that y'all want to discuss, please send them to me, and we'll get a special meeting or workshop set up to talk about them. I think staff may have a few more, but I'm not sure.
Maybe not even tomorrow.
Can we do that tomorrow? Yes. Because I want to go home now.
I know, I don't want to do it.